We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고,
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데,
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다. 보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open. Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of way of government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과
정부가 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거, 투명하게 공개하는 거.
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open. Then together, that we'll be able to build the kind of way that government will.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in the anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
distinguished guests and reformers and viewers around the world, welcome to the 2021 Open Government Partnership Global Summit held here in Seoul and virtually. In 2011, governments and civil society leaders from around the world came together to reimagine how government serves its citizens. And over the past decade, the model they created has led to more transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable democracies. Today, as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the partnership, it has grown to 78 countries, 76 local members, and thousands of civil society organizations. Together, they represent more than 2 billion people across the globe. As the co-chair of OGP, the Republic of Korea is pleased to join with Maria Barone and the OGP team to host the 2021 OGP Global Summit, which brings together reformers in and out of government to discuss the challenges of today and how to renew democracy with and for its citizens. And personally, it is an honor to be able to be here to serve as the moderator for such an important global event. Although we cannot all be together physically due to the ongoing pandemic, we can be together virtually, still sharing the same excitement, commitment, and dedication to a mission that has become more important than ever. And we share in our desire that in 2022, we will see the world open again. To express that hope, here with us today is our children choir singing a song titled Things Taken for Granted. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
빛나고 빛이 전쟁이 없는 세상이 왔으면 좋겠어요.
배고픈 사람이 없는 세상이 되면 좋겠습니다.
인종차별이 없었으면 좋겠어요. 코로나 없는 세상이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
사람들이 건강한 세상이 됐으면 좋겠어요.
슬픈 사람이 없어지는 세상이 됐으면 좋겠어요.
범죄가 없어지고 깨끗한 세상이 왔으면 좋겠습니다.
평화로운 세상이 왔으면 좋겠어요. 아이들에게 좀 더 안전한 세상이 됐으면 좋겠어요.
사회에서 약자가 보장받을 수 있는 사회가 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
모두가 행복한 세상이 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 이제는 알았잖아요. 간절히 기다리잖아요. 서로 믿고 함께 나누고 마주보며 같이 노래를 하던 우리에게 너무 당연한 것들. 우리가 살아왔던 어려운 날들이다. 얼마나 소중한지 알아버렸죠. 당연히 살아가던 날 다시 돌아올 거예요. 우리 힘껏 웃어요. 당연히 살아가던 날 다시 돌아올 거예요. 우리 힘껏
Thank you very much. 정말 아름다웠습니다.
That was truly beautiful.
Your hearts with joy, don't they? I got teary-eyed for a moment here. 감사합니다. 여러분,
Thank you very much. And I do hope that all of your hopes come true and that we can create a more beautiful world.
I did. And now, it's my pleasure to open the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Throughout this week, leaders of government, civil society, and citizens will exchange ideas, stories of inspiration, best practices, and progress on how we open government, how we respond and recover from COVID-19, and most importantly, how we renew democracy. Minister Chun Hae-chul of the Interior and Safety will deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the OGP Summit host nation. 전해철 장관님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. Please welcome him.
We will invite His Excellency Chun Hae-chul, Minister of Interior Safety.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good morning and good afternoon. This is Chun Hae-chul, Minister of the Interior and Safety. Honorable heads of state and representatives of international organizations
존경하는
who are joining us for the 2021 OGP Global Summit.
각에서 온라인
Dear civil society participants and government officials who are joining us online from all over the world, thank you very much.
직접
We have with us also many ambassadors who have come to this venue and the Open Government Forum members of the Republic of Korea, the offline participants. Thank you very much for coming.
정부를 향한 전
I am very pleased that Korea is holding this meaningful event where we share desire for and commitment to open government held by civil society and governments.
특별히 이번 OGP
In particular, it is our first time that the OGP Global Summit is held in a hybrid format with both online and offline participants. Due to the ongoing pandemic, it is unfortunate that we are not able to meet in person. But this OGP Global Summit is participated by the largest number of heads of state and so many civil society members and government officials who are joining us online.
모두 반갑습니다.
I'm very happy to see all of you. This year, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Open Government Partnership. To realize an inclusive and accountable government, the Open Government Partnership was established in 2011 with 8 countries. But in just 10 years, the membership has expanded to include 78 countries and 76 local governments, thus growing as an effective international platform for coordination and cooperation and spreading the value of open government. For the past decade, Korea and many other countries have practiced the value of open government and have grown together with civil society. And these efforts for open government were substantiated through action plans, and they resulted in great achievements. For instance, Indonesia was able to improve the speed and quality of civil services even during the COVID-19 pandemic by utilizing a digital technology-based rapport app. And Ukraine was able to save budget and increase transparency by disclosing contract data. As such, there have been many programs and policies implemented by various countries as part of the OGP initiatives, and these have boosted government transparency and improved people's quality of life. Since 2020, when Korea became the 11th chair country of the OGP, together with Maria Baroun, chair of civil society, we have developed 3 common visions, which are civic space and public participation, anti-corruption, and inclusive digital innovation. These visions serve as a cornerstone for countries who develop action plans and implement practices for open government and share policy experiences among the members. For the next 3 days, including today, under these 3 themes, there will be the plenaries, special sessions, as well as almost 130 breakout sessions by topic and by continent.
정부 영역과 시민 영역이
There will be active discussions by government officials and civil society members, which will lead to more creative measures for better recovery and renewal from the COVID-19 pandemic. At this year's Global Summit, we have prepared 2 special sessions to discuss our immediate future.
먼저
First, concerning the topic of recovery and renewal from COVID-19, we will discuss the new role of the government and civil society and promote international solidarity. Secondly, with the participation of the youth from all over the world, the Youth Summit will be held, where new and creative policy directions will be suggested.
함께 개최됩니다. 비록
Although we're joining in these discussions remotely, I expect that our physical distance would never pose any obstacle to our serious and meaningful discussions. The world is now faced with new challenges and new opportunities due to the pandemic. So I believe this global summit is very timely and appropriate. I believe that the summit will mark as an important starting point in achieving open recovery and open renewal through stronger alliance and cooperation between governments and civil society. Thank you very much once again for your attendance. Thank you.
말씀 감사합니다. Thank you for your remarks and your leadership at the lead government co-chair of OGP over the last year. Also, a reminder that simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the event. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 for English, Channel 3 for Spanish, and Channel 4 for French. Now we welcome Ms. Maria Baroun, Global Executive Director of Directorio Legislativo and OGP's lead civil society co-chair.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today and to be part of the key conversations we have had and will have during this week as part of the Global Summit. As you know, 10 years ago, OGP was founded with the objectives of making governments more transparent, more participatory, accountable, and inclusive by bringing together government reformers and civil society to collectively design reforms to address the issues that matter most to them. A decade later, we have not only witnessed, but also been part of OGP's tremendous growth in numbers and scope, and evidence shows that this model works, but it works best when civil society is meaningfully engaged. And while we celebrate the numerous successes and growth of this partnership, many challenges remain, and a lot of work is left to be done in order to truly achieve open government. Democracy has been and continues to be under threat, even more so than when OGP was created. While authoritarianism, inequality, and distrust in open government are on the rise, civic space and civil liberties continue to decline, including in many OGP countries. For example, only 11 OGP members are currently implementing civic space commitments. This year, we have all witnessed the tense and worrying circumstances surrounding Afghanistan and El Salvador, to name a few, where civil society organizations are making a tremendous effort to remain afloat. As co-chair of OGP, together with the government of the Republic of Korea, earlier this year, we issued a call to action and called on all OGP governments to develop more ambitious commitments in key areas, including civic space, anti-corruption, and digital governance, our 3 priorities for our term. The focus was set on 6 main countries from 3 different continents: Nigeria and Kenya in Africa, Germany and Italy in France in Europe, and Indonesia in Asia. This experience was the result of hard work, goodwill, and creativity from all parties involved, and it highlighted the importance of building bridges between the organizations that work in the co-creation process at the national level and their governments. I would like to make a special mention of the efforts made by the government of Indonesia, specifically by Vice Minister Slamet, Kenya by Dr. Korir Singoe, Minister Prince Clem, as well as the tremendous hard work carried out by the organizations in these and other countries. And also thank you to my fellow colleagues in the steering committee who supported this process. We have all experienced how we can go the extra mile when we work together towards a common goal. So, as we look ahead and think about the next 10 years, what will it take for OGP to go from a platform to a movement? I think we need a lot more political leadership from the highest levels across all OGP governments, and that they lead by the power of their example. I think we need to broaden the leadership coalition to honor the word partnership, reach out across the aisle and promote consensus building to take action together. I think also we need to connect what we are discussing here this week with the conversations and needs at our local and domestic levels. For example, we need to translate commitments made here to concrete reforms to demonstrate that we are a partnership of action. And finally, I think we also need to better leverage parliaments as key allies. They have the fundamental role in open government of enacting legislation. The recently announced refreshed approach in parliamentary engagement in OGP, which I'm proud of to have led during my term as co-chair, offers a framework for us to strengthen efforts in this direction. The African and the Latin American continents are clear examples of how this may contribute to upholding OGP values. Finally, to do any of this, as I mentioned before, we must first have enabling and unrestricted civic space. Thus, I call on every single OGP member to open and protect civic space as the foundation of democracy and open government. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your inspiring message. Through her remarks, we can hear the challenges ahead and the efforts needed to create a better future for us all. At this year's summit, as Minister Chonechar mentioned, we will discuss 3 topics that have been gaining much attention. First of all, civic space and public participation anti-corruption, and inclusive digital innovation, all critical areas for us to explore at this time of moment in history. And I truly hope that such contemplations will be a positive turning point to change the course of humanity in the future. Next, as the civil society representative of Korea, Lee Sang-hak, co-chair of Open Government Forum Korea, will deliver his welcoming remarks. 이상학 위원장님을 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Please welcome him to the stage.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning and good afternoon.
열린정보위원회 민간의
This is Lee Sang-hak.
참혹한 전쟁을
I'm serving as the co-chair of Open Government Forum Korea. I'd like to welcome all of you to the OGP Global Summit hosted by Korea, a country which was once torn by a war but has achieved remarkable economic growth. And I'd like to welcome you to Korea that has achieved enormous democracy thanks to citizens' power. It is regrettable that I cannot show you the beautiful landscape of Korea because we're holding this summit online. But once again, I'd like to welcome all of you. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to Minister Chun Hae-chul and members of the Ministry of the Interior and Safety for organizing this event. People say that we're living in an era of the great transformation. It is quite true. We're experiencing the pandemic, climate crisis, enormous digital transformation, and growing income inequality and crisis of democracy all over the world. So we're faced by major challenges as we're going through this great transformation. In order to overcome these challenges, we need to gather our forces. It means that governments and civil society members need to work together, and we need to join hands together beyond the national boundaries. In particular, we cannot mobilize the power of citizens when we think that citizens are just recipients of our government services. We need to acknowledge them as important stakeholders and important actors. Only then we can overcome the limitations of market failure and government failure. I believe that the OGP has a critical role to play in this regard. And all of you, we can do this together. Recently, people are talking about civil society failure following market failure and government failure.
시민사회가
If there's no civic space where civil engagement is provided, then we may not be able to succeed in social innovation and deepening our democracy through civic participation. Then we will have a worrisome future, because civil society failure may lead to government failure and failure of our community. Korea has been receiving good evaluation in the key areas of OGP, such as civil participation, open data policies, and digital government. These are achievements made by both the government and citizens of the Republic of Korea, and we need to exercise our leadership. Now, Korea is no longer an aid recipient. I believe that Korea is one of the global leaders, and Korean society needs to play a role as a leader more actively. This does not fall under the shoulder of the government only. It is something that all citizens need to do together. Korea has many challenges still, including the eradication of corruption and improving inequality and addressing social conflicts and achieving equal and fair society where citizens can trust each other. If we gain progress in achieving all these objectives, we can be recognized as a leader in the international community. There are many people who are suffering due to the pandemic all over the world, and we need to play our part in helping these people. In addition, we need to be a leader in addressing climate crisis that is threatening our own survival. However, these challenges cannot be overcome by any single country. When we exercise leadership, we can work together with the neighboring countries and cooperate with citizens all over the world, then we can make a better future. I hope that today's OGP Global Summit will be an important venue and opportunity for us to once again commit ourselves to a better future. Korea is such a dynamic country with lots of energy and passion. So thank you very much for your participation. And once again, thank you.
Thank you, Shirley, for your welcome. 감사합니다. Next, I am pleased to introduce congratulatory remarks from the 20 Global Summit host, His Excellency Moon Jae-in, the President of the Republic of Korea.
세계 시민 여러분, 각 나라
Global citizens, Your Excellencies and leaders of international organizations. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the establishment of the Open Government Partnership. Congratulations on the opening of the 2021 OGP Global Summit, and my sincere welcome to you all. For the past 10 years, the world has been realizing open government by practicing transparency, anti-corruption, and the value of civil engagement. The achievements 78 central and 76 local governments have made together with global citizens have served as a driving force that moved democracies one step forward. I am deeply grateful for your hard work in making governments more open. Although the summit could not take place last year due to COVID-19, which still prevents us from meeting in person, I am confident that global commitment to open government will only grow stronger. Global citizens, the values that open government pursues are openness, transparency, inclusiveness, and democracy. As part of commitments to open government, the US federal government has been disclosing federal spending to the public since 2015, and the New Zealand Parliament is providing its people legislation and regulations as open source documents. These values of open government have now become the values that global civil society and governments uphold. Their increasing confidence in governments and companies, which eventually enabled us to improve quality of people's lives. Korea, too, could earn the trust from its people by keeping them informed of what was happening at home and abroad, and policy directions from the early stage of the COVID-19 outbreak. In return, the Korean people trusted that the government was being transparent and fair and saved their lives, respecting and taking care of their neighbors. Korea's experience in seeking open government has been the foundation of trust and the strength for overcoming crises. Through such information disclosure system as open fiscal data, the Korean people have been preventing proliferate use of budget and monitoring corruption. Around 10,290,000 people visited our online all public information in one website last year. At the recent COP26 World Leaders Summit, we pledged to the international community to reduce more than 40% of greenhouse gas emissions from 2018 levels. If it had not been for mutual trust and confidence that we can deliver on our commitment, we could not have set this ambitious target, a jump from 14% of our previous goal. In July this year, Korea unveiled the 5th National Action Plan. We intend to smoothly implement our 14 commitments proposed by our people and selected in collaboration with civil society, thereby realizing the common vision of open government. By helping countries lacking digital capabilities with digital transition and sharing cases of open government with the international community, we will faithfully fulfill our responsibility as a member of the steering committee, Your Excellencies and leaders of international organizations. The mission of the 2021 OGP Global Summit is achieving recovery from COVID-19 and renewal beyond recovery. I believe recovery and renewal can be accomplished through the values of open government. If we have governments for the people, people that trust governments, and strong international solidarity and cooperation, we will surely be able to make a better tomorrow. I hope that OGP's first step toward another 10 years today will be the first step toward a better daily life. Thank you.
감사합니다. President Moon Jae-in has
Thank you very much.
2021 OGP Global Summit. Thank you for your remarks. When OGP was founded, heads of state and government committed to creating more open governments that respond to their citizens' needs. 10 years on, many of them are here today to reaffirm their commitment to open government and uphold the values that first launched the partnership. Next, we will hear from the following distinguished leaders: the President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr., the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia, Kaja Kallas, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Joko Widodo, and the President of the Republic of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta.
Thank you, President Moon, for hosting this year's Open Government Partnership Summit. You know, when President Obama launched the Open Government Partnership in 2011, the goal was to advance transparency and accountability, bolster citizen engagement, and harness new technologies to help strengthen governance. Today, those objectives are more important than ever, and democracies around the world must prove that they can still deliver for the needs of their people and meet the challenges of today's world. And this 10-year-old milestone is an opportunity both to take stock of what we have achieved through Open Government Partnership and to recommit to all the work that remains to be done. Last week, as part of the first Summit for Democracies, the United States made commitments to strengthen our democracy at home and to promote democratic renewal around the world. And we challenged other nations to make concrete commitments that will bolster the democracies globally during this coming year of action. The key focus of many of those commitments is countering the corruption that eats away at the foundations of democratic governments and makes government less effective by draining public resources and exacerbating inequities. That's why, for the first time, I designated combating corruption as the top U.S. national security priority of my administration, one that we've launched a landmark anti-corruption strategy to accomplish. And I urge every nation in Open Government Partnership to take up a call to action to fight the scourge of corruption. And let us stand with those civil societies and courageous citizens around the world who are demanding transparency of their governments, and let us all work to hold governments accountable to the people they serve. I look forward to seeing all the progress we'll continue to make together. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. It's great to be here as we celebrate 10 years of the Open Government Partnership. I want to thank the Republic of Korea and Maria Baron for hosting this year's Global Summit. C'est un moment important, que ce soit.
This is an important moment. Whether it's COVID-19, climate change, economic inequality, or the rise of authoritarianism, people around the world face enormous challenges. Now, more than ever, we must work together to find solutions to these challenges and strengthen our democracies. An open and transparent democracy takes effort. It's not something we can take for granted. Democracy requires constant work if we are to serve our citizens responsibly, efficiently, and above all, fairly.
Committed to building a stronger democracy that is more accessible and inclusive. We're taking action to ensure everyone, including those most marginalized, feel part of their government's decision-making process. We're bringing our democratic institutions into a new digital age so more Canadians can easily access them, and taking action to stop the spread of disinformation and hate, both online and offline. We're also completing 4 national action plans on open government to make sure we're more open and transparent with the public we serve. And when it comes to engaging the world, Canada is taking the same approach. Democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are central elements of Canada's foreign policy. Without them, it'd be almost impossible to build a better world for our citizens. Les 10 dernières années nous ont appris à quel
The past decade has taught us how open government can help us meet the challenges we face. We have seen how open government can support social movements that demand sustainability, equity, and social justice, and how open government can promote innovative solutions. Now is the time to continue working together to protect our democratic rights and freedoms, strengthen confidence in our institutions, and strengthen our democracies.
Empowering citizens, promoting transparency, fighting corruption, and harnessing the power of new technologies. And by working together, I'm confident that we can build a healthier, safer, and more resilient world. Merci.
Dear Open Government Partnership community, greetings from Stenbock House, the home of Estonian government. I would like to congratulate the Republic of Korea for leading the Open Government Partnership in the last year. You did it with intelligence and flexibility that is vital for the times we live in. Estonia joined the Open Government Partnership in 2012 and in a couple of months will start to run as the incoming co-chair with Italy. We are looking forward to the next year and will do our best to ensure that the principles of open governance are promoted even in the hardest of times. We have to admit that for the past 2 years, COVID-19 has made it somewhat a struggle to always follow the open governance principles. It has been temporarily inevitable in order to efficiently fight the pandemic, save lives and economies. But the key question we have to solve is, how do we avoid the situation in the future and keep open governance principles a priority? As a co-chair, Estonia wants to focus on a co-creation, and we want to do that from two perspectives, further developing co-creative policy making as well as actively implementing co-creation inside the OGP organization. We need to cooperate, share experiences and best practices. You have all done so much and have such interesting initiatives and success stories which could benefit countries and NGOs around the world. And next to all the success stories, I believe we all have something that can be even more valuable to share, experiences of mistakes and failure. I like the saying, did we win some or learn some today? I believe mistakes and failures can be even better teachers than our successes, and I want to encourage us all to share both our best as well as our worst practices. The OGP is an effective and safe platform to share and benefit from both. Estonia is known for its use of technology to foster a transparent and co-creative governance. Our e-democracy solutions give us an effective platform to internationally spread the principles of open governance, transparency, participation, and accountability. Next year, we want to share our lessons with all of you. We also know that technology can do only so much if there is no trust between partners. We know that the only way to really open up the government, both on national and local level, is to work together with the civil society and other partners. I wish you all a fascinating OGP Global Summit. Remember, we are smarter together.
Chers amis, déjà au cœur de la
Dear friends, 15 months ago, when we were already in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, I told you that this crisis was, for our society, a test that was very harsh, yes, but also rich in hope. At a time for us to face our weaknesses, our strengths, to prove our resilience, and get back on track again, to rebuild for the better. I also spoke about the necessity of our organization and the values it holds: openness, transparency, and responsibility. I want to reiterate my commitment to these values that have guided us in fighting the virus. And I thank our Korean colleagues who, in organizing the summit, have reaffirmed the fundamental importance of digital transparency by governments.
Service du bien.
educating, regulating, monitoring our relationship with technologies so that they're used in the service of good. France is committed to this in relation to the OGP, to you, to all, and has progressed at pace along this path. The data from the French recovery plan, as I announced in September 2020, has been shared with our fellow citizens so that they can monitor the resources and efforts of the economic reconstruction of our country in order to be sure that the public money invested in this recovery is used appropriately and that promises are kept. Used in a balanced way and for the common good, data becomes an asset in the hands of experts, our big data experts, designers, developers. Our health information has thus been transformed into a shield against the virus, allowing the dissemination of awareness-raising information, the building of local support networks, the construction of digital tools useful to as many people as possible. The action of these enterprises, companies, these organizations, these citizen initiatives has created a sort of augmented public service, as I like to call it. That is, the intersection of goodwill from two quarters, that of the administration, whose core activity it is, and that of our citizens, who sometimes tend to turn away from public affairs and yet have so much to contribute. And it's because I believe in the spark of this encounter between the public and private domains, between the state and its citizens, between the administrative structure and free entrepreneurial initiatives we are launching. In a few days' time, a real accelerator of general interest initiatives to provide methodological, financial, digital support to provide the conditions for growth. The Citizen Incubator Program is a particularly emblematic commitment in the context of the National Action Plan that we will present on the 17th of December. For more than a year, all our ministries, hand in hand with civil society, have been working to define 3 cross-functional priorities. First, citizen participation, inclusion, and public transparency. Then, 3 thematic priorities, the environment, health, and international cooperation and action. This action plan is open to anyone who wants to contribute to meeting the challenges of the future and bring their energy to interventions and actions. France's commitment demonstrates its pride of being alongside you through Minister Amélie de Montchalin, who on 17th December will present to you our strategy, our plan, and who will continue with you to learn and to create with you. And together, we will continue to innovate. Thank you.
Tahun ini genap 10 tahun berdirinya Open Government Partnership. Sejak berdiri, banyak perkembangan positif telah dicapai. Saat ini tata kelola pemerintahan yang baik, good governance, telah menjadi norma. Prinsip keterbukaan, akuntabilitas, transparansi, dan inklusivitas menjadi sebuah keniscayaan dalam mengelola pemerintahan. Di masa pandemi ini, prinsip tersebut bahkan menjadi sangat esensial, memastikan kebijakan anggaran dan bantuan sosial tepat sasaran, memberikan layanan publik yang inklusif, menangani desinformasi dan hoaks. Intinya, kepercayaan publik adalah kuncinya. Trusted government sangat penting agar pemerintahan efektif. Terkait hal ini, saya ingin menyampaikan 2 hal. Pertama, partisipasi publik perlu terus diperkuat. Di Indonesia, kami telah mengembangkan kanal pengaduan terpadu, yaitu lapor, yang terhubung dengan lebih dari 600 lembaga pemerintah di pusat dan di daerah. Sejak tahun 2015, lapor telah melayani lebih dari 1 juta aspirasi dan aduan masyarakat. Kedua, inovasi digital yang inklusif harus diperkokoh. Transformasi digital harus dimanfaatkan untuk meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan publik. Digitalisasi pelayanan publik akan berdampak pada meningkatnya efisiensi, efektivitas, dan akuntabilitas. Digitalisasi akan mengurangi potensi korupsi, penyelewengan, dan di masa pandemi saat ini terjadi akselerasi transformasi digital di sektor ekonomi. Transformasi digital harus inklusif, termasuk menjamin akses bagi UMKM. Karena itulah Indonesia menjadikan transformasi digital sebagai salah satu prioritas keketuaan di G20. Akselerasi ini juga harus terjadi di sektor pelayanan publik. Terima kasih atas penghargaan yang telah diberikan OGP atas berbagai inovasi digital di Indonesia, di antaranya inovasi digital untuk pengadaan barang dan jasa pemerintah melalui portal Open Tender. Sebagai penutup, saya ingin tegaskan inovasi digital pelayanan publik di Indonesia akan terus dijalankan. Yang mulia, publik adalah mitra pemerintah. Kepercayaan antara keduanya harus terus diperkuat melalui kemitraan yang terbuka dan inklusif. Terima kasih.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be part of these deliberations as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Open Government Partnership. When the Open Government Partnership was launched 10 years ago, the goal was to renew democracy for and with citizens. This is critical because when our citizens demand progress and service, it is our duty as heads of state and government to respond in practical and concrete ways. Kenya's open governance efforts are anchored in the 2010 Constitution, which defines and informs national values for the promotion of democratic governance, integrity, accountability, transparency, and equal partnership in public governance. As part of the broader efforts by my administration to address corruption, we are committed to full implementation of a beneficial ownership register, and we have put in place the legal and policy framework to support it. This commitment that was captured at the 2016 London Anti-Corruption Summit and in our third National Open Government Partnership Action Plan became operational fully in 2021. The register makes it possible for all stakeholders to establish the true beneficiaries of public funds, which reduces opportunities for corruption in public procurement. To further improve transparency in public procurement, I have directed all public institutions to publish details of announcements and award of government contracts. Our commitment to open government is reflected both at the national level and at the county level. 4 county governments have joined the OGP initiative. The future I see for Kenya and Africa as a whole includes implementation of commitments such as these and making open government a core element of our government architecture. To achieve this, we need to improve access to digital technologies and broadband and expand civic engagement while protecting the rights and privacy of citizens through responsible data protection policies. Lastly, and of great importance, I believe that commitments to foster inclusive, open government and democratic processes should include specific actions to support women as leaders and champions of reform. I look forward to continuing my engagement with the Open Government Partnership as we work towards building stronger governments and civil societies in pursuit of social progress and equity. I thank you.
Yes, thank you for your messages on the occasion of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. We should all strive to make the event as meaningful as it can be and also work to lead the world in a better direction through the discussions here at the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Let us take a moment to watch a short video that showcases the work and the hopes of the Korean people. Let's take a look.
우리는 평범한 시민입니다. 평범한 우리가 세상을 바꾸고 있다면 저는 시민개발자입니다. 코로나로 당연했던 일상이 사라지고 그 자리를 차지한 것은 두려움. 두려움은 불안으로, 마스크 대란으로 이어졌습니다. 우리는 마스크 재고 현황을 알려주는 앱 개발을 시작했습니다. 뜻을 함께한 많은 시민들이 모였지만 문제는
마스크 판매 현황 데이터인데 우리가 그걸 구할 수가 있을까요?
우리는 광화문 1번가를 통해 공적 마스크 판매 데이터 공개를 요청했습니다. 과연 정부가 데이터를 개방할까? 네, 알겠습니다. 네, 저희 제안서 쓴 대로 데이터 개방해 주실 것 같아요, 정부가.
진짜요?
네.
잘 됐네요.
네, 정부가 API를
그렇게 우리의 개발은 속도가 붙기 시작했고 마침내 완성되었습니다. 모두 고생하셨습니다. 그래서 우리는 앞으로를 기대합니다. 스스로 문제를 해결하려는 시민과 주저없이 공공데이터 개방을 결정하는 정부가 이루어낼 더 많은 혁신을.
나는 대학생입니다. 그리고 정책 제안자입니다.
아이스팩이 왜 이렇게 많이 왔어?
코로나로 언택트 거래가 증가하면서 덩달아 늘어난 아이스팩.
그럼 이건 어떻게 처리해?
터치 곤란한 아이스팩을 재사용할 방법이 있다면 어떨까? 수많은 난제와 시행착오를 거쳐 마침내 탄생한 재활용 방법.
어때?
그런데 이걸 어떻게 확산시킬 수 있을까?
연락드렸는데
우리는 정부기관에 도움을 청하기로 했습니다.
저희가 직접 제작.
그냥 대학생일 뿐인데 우리의 제안을 받아줄까?
이런 아이디어는 너무너무 좋은 아이디어예요. 그래서 저희가 적극 반영해서
저희의 작은 아이디어는 정부의 도움으로 민관 협동의 공공사업으로 발전했습니다. 그래서 우리는 앞으로를 기대합니다. 자발적으로 자유롭게 정책 제안에 참여하는 시민과 더 많은 시민이 쉽게 참여할 수 있도록 지원하는 정부가 만들어낼 더 나은 세상을.
Hope you enjoyed the video. People may wonder, what significance does the past 10 years of the OGP hold? What have we learned? And where are we headed in the next decade? And how do we renew our societies so we can deliver for citizens? To give us some insight, we invite Mr. Sanjay Pradhan, CEO of Open Government Partnership, to the screen.
Dear friends, our huge thanks to the Government of Korea and Maria Baron, Civil Society Co-Chair, for hosting our summit. We meet at a critical moment in history when democracy itself is in peril in many parts of the world and societies are grappling with multiple crises. At the same time, at this 10th anniversary mark, OGP has grown into a global platform where courageous reformers, many of you joining the summit, are advancing reforms that help tackle these crises. This summit, therefore, is not principally a platform to pause and celebrate, but fundamentally a springboard, a call to action to scale up the innovative reforms from the first decade to help us tackle the challenges heading into the next. Today, our world confronts a devastating health crisis, an accompanying economic crisis, a crisis of systemic inequality of income, race, and gender, a climate crisis ravaging communities with floods, fires, and drought, and vitally for us, a crisis of democracy. Globally, we have seen an unprecedented rise of elected authoritarian leaders. Over the past decade, more than half of the world's democracies have suffered democratic erosion. And across democracies, citizen trust in government has plummeted. In too many countries, citizens perceive their governments to be unresponsive, corrupt, or captured by special interests. When OGP was founded, democracy and openness were in ascendance. 10 years on, the forces of authoritarian and closed governments have got stronger. But over this same period, 78 countries, 76 local governments, and thousands of civil society organizations have joined OGP and co-created over 4,000 reforms. Evidence from OGP's independent reporting mechanism and the decade report published today show that OGP works. When government co-creates with civil society, the reforms are more ambitious and the outcomes stronger. Over the past decade, hundreds of ambitious reforms have made governments significantly more open, participatory, and accountable. And for this, civil society has fought for hard-won gains, and government reformers have skillfully navigated changes. Together, they have advanced 4 clusters of reforms that are renewing democracy by transforming the relationship between citizens and their government. First, reformers are opening up opaque institutions to build citizen trust and fight corruption. Today, 60 OGP governments from Argentina to Ukraine are disclosing procurement contracts to end backroom corrupt deals. 30 OGP countries from Armenia to the UK are publishing registers to end anonymous companies stashing illicit wealth. Colombia is empowering citizen auditors to monitor open COVID-19 spending on a mobile app. Second, reformers are empowering citizens to shape policies that impact their lives, particularly at the local level, such as participatory budgeting in Madrid, Spain, or citizens monitoring health services in Kaduna, Nigeria. Amidst increasing polarization, citizens' assemblies are forging shared solutions on contentious policies such as same-sex marriage in Ireland or climate justice in France. Third, tackling systemic inequalities by empowering historically marginalized groups, such as enhancing access to justice for the Roma minority in North Macedonia, or empowering women by addressing the gender wage gap in Jalisco, Mexico. And fourth, confronting threats to democracy. Over the last decade, citizens' basic ability to freely speak, associate, assemble has come under assault in most countries, including OGP countries. Many governments have used the pandemic to deploy disproportionate emergency powers. Elected governments are attacking civil society, media, oversight institutions. Elections, the bedrock of democracy, faces unprecedented challenges. Only a few OGP governments have taken actions to enhance civic space and democratic oversight. In the Republic of Korea, when millions descended on Gwanghwamun Square to bring down a corrupt regime, the new government of President Moon invited protesters and citizens back to the same Gwanghwamun Square to propose policies that respond to their needs. We need more Gwanghwamun Squares in our world today. And even while leveraging technology to open up governments, OGP reformers are confronting digital threats, such as the insidious spread of disinformation online, illegal surveillance, attacks on our individual privacy. To curb disinformation, Canada is strengthening transparency of online political campaigns. In Mexico, following the illegal surveillance scandal targeting anti-corruption activists, the new government committed to democratic oversight of its digital surveillance. So, at this 10th anniversary, let us join together in a call to action to scale up these 4 clusters of reforms to renew democracy at this time of threat and help tackle the confluence of societal crises. So at a time when citizen trust in government has plummeted, let us join forces in instead building citizen-centered democracies by scaling up participatory policymaking, citizens monitoring public services, citizens' access to justice, and ensuring open budgets, open contracts, open company ownership. At a time when democracy is under attack, let us join forces in instead making democracies resilient by safeguarding civil liberties, media freedoms, and oversight institutions, combating disinformation, and building cohesion amidst polarization. At a time when societies are struggling with the pandemic, let us join forces to ensure a just and effective recovery by empowering citizens to shape and monitor those massive COVID-19 stimulus and safety nets, and by making vaccines accessible to all. At a time when societies face worsening inequalities, let us join forces in instead empowering the most marginalized at the bottom and reining in the abusers of power at the top. At a time when climate change is ravaging communities, let us join forces to ensure countries meet their climate commitments and limit warming to 1.5 degrees by enhancing transparency of greenhouse gas emissions, fossil fuel subsidies, and climate finance, empowering citizens in decision-making, especially those most vulnerable to climate change, and ensuring legal redress for climate harms. To advance this ambitious agenda, we need broader coalitions. You see, over the first decade, dedicated reformers were at the heart of OGP's success. In the next decade, we need more champions, civil servants and civil society, ministers and mayors, country and corporate leaders. Let us spread enthusiasm for open government across ministries, political parties, civil society. Let us expand the coalition of committed leaders advancing OGP, scaling up the Open Government Leadership Collaborative. Complementing leadership, we must galvanize bottom-up citizen pressure. Let us engage and energize citizens and civil society, harnessing both citizens' interests in better services as well as the huge upsurge in citizen protests against corruption and poor governance. At the global level, we must forge a stronger, renewed coalition for democracy with heads of states, civil society leaders, international partners, as showcased at this summit. At a time when authoritarian leaders are spreading their authoritarian playbook, we need more OGP heads of states, ministers, and mayors to push back, speak out in democracy's defense, and show through example how a renewed citizen-centered democracy delivers better results. And let us position OGP as the implementation arm for the SDGs and the Summit for Democracy, translating global commitments into country actions and results. So, as we transition into the next decade, we invite you to shape our journey forward, including through your inputs on OGP's new strategy next year. We invite you to join us in transforming OGP as a mechanism in the first decade to a movement in the next, a movement to renew democracy for and with citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perdon, for the insightful remarks. As just mentioned, we need to come together and join forces to address the biggest challenges of our time and create substantial results through action, just as we have noticed during the first 10 years of OGP. One of the Open Government Partnership's most compelling elements is that it brings government and civil society together in conversation and collaboration towards transforming how government serves its citizens. In this next segment, we are pleased to feature the Prime Minister of the Slovak Republic, Edward Heger, alongside civil society leader and OGP Steering Committee member, Susanna Wink, sharing their vision on the future of open government in Slovakia.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to participate at the 7th OGP Global Summit. I am Zuzana Vink, and I serve at the steering committee, and I also represent a Slovak NGO called The Currents. I am honored to be hosted today by the Slovak Prime Minister, Mr. Eduard Heger. Hello.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be part of this discussion.
And thank you very much for your openness to be part of this mutual dialogue. And let's jump straight into it, shall we?
Yes.
You would probably agree that we live extremely challenging times. The largest global health pandemic in a century aside, the global barometers show historic decline in trust of people in democracy. And data uncovers that the #1 predictor of civil unrest is systemic corruption. In this regard, Slovakia learned really the hard way. High standards of transparency across the whole public sector and judicial independence came as a result of authoritarian governments in the 90s. Later on, we were shocked by the murder of investigative journalist and his fiancée being the consequence of state capture of by oligarchic groups. Your government, on the other hand, freed criminal justice and law enforcement to prosecute corruption and to restore trust. People expect now a very tangible, clear change. Where do you see challenges to deliver such a really powerful change? And if you could please elaborate about especially those examples that could be inspirational for other countries.
Well, by answering this question, I will start with a very important date in our history. It's the 17th November, which was just a couple of weeks ago, when the Velvet Revolution started in 1989 in Czechoslovakia. The reason why I'm mentioning this date, because that was the date where we cut off from the Soviet Union. We transferred into democracy, into a freedom, values of freedom, and we started to build a new society. Now we are 32 years later, and we see what was successful and where we still have a lot of challenges to go. As you mentioned, the pandemic really, I would say, made us naked in all the areas where we didn't succeed, and it's all about the values of a society. Democracy is very important, but it must be in the minds and in the hearts of the citizens. Mm-hmm. Then it works. And we see that we didn't achieve this process yet. And also the values of freedom are very related with the democracy. And that's what we are still building. So our challenge is, and as you mentioned, as a new government, we made a great change that we said, okay, the criminal, or the police and the prosecutors and the courts, they must have free hands, as we say here in Slovakia. So there should not be any political influence on it. And that was our #1 priority when we as a government came. We said there's many corruption affairs from the previous times. We said, please go and examine them and investigate them and go, judge them. And it happened. And actually there is a lot of success. 26 people who were in a high position of the state, of the government, said, yes, I was part of a system. Now they're speaking to the police and they're saying exactly how it worked. And some of them already got their decision by the court.
Mm-hmm. And sorry to interrupt you, but the results are really impressive. On the other hand, the Slovak example uncovers a global problem, because the vast profits from corruption usually end up in luxurious lives in rich, developed democracies, and markets, banks, and individuals there benefit from draining our public resources. It is a mutual responsibility, and corruption doesn't know borders nowadays. And Slovakia, in this situation, is still a rare example of a country that requires transparency of beneficial ownership of companies. And when it comes to businesses who benefit from public resources, there is even strict public scrutiny performed by courts. And the results are, again, very impressive, but we are still alone. As a civil activist on a global stage, recently I observed a very strange paradox. Once our country was a pupil, and now we lead in innovative solutions. Transparency of beneficial ownership and other sectors is undisputed here, but it is strangely the developed democracies that start to lag behind and hinder the progress. I think we need a new standard, a global norm, because without it, even if we do our best, Slovakia will be still weak. From your point of view as a government who should deliver this vast change, where do you see the role of platforms like OGP, and what would you need from the international community?
You named it. Transparency is very important, but it must have no borders, because we have the best practice within Slovakia. We introduced this Transparency Act where you must register in order to be beneficial. But if you are beneficial somewhere outside of Slovakia, we don't have that anymore. So this platform is very good for discussing with other countries, other partners, to create greater transparency. I say transparency is light in the room. So there needs to be a light in the house, or light everywhere, so we can see where the money laundry actually finishes. And therefore we need the cooperation, exchange of the information, and building this new standard, as you mentioned, of the transparency within the developed world.
And on the other hand, we usually look at ourselves as a small country, but as I mentioned, we really can lead the way in many innovative tools and a robust transparency network. Where do you see that we could be more beneficial to the outside world, and where we could have a stronger leadership internationally?
Well, as you mentioned, I think even what's happening now and what we have experience with, we could be a good lab to observe, and we could these best practices to share with other countries, because we already did it. We have the experience of releasing the freedom of the police, of the prosecutors. Now with this act on transparency, they can see that we tried it and it worked. But in order for greater results, we need the cooperation with the other countries. So there is not many areas we have best practices, but this is definitely one, and we gladly will offer any expertise on it.
I would love to see this happening and see Slovakia play an important role, because I really believe that sharing technical expertise is really crucial for countries to implement reforms. And without it, if people can't touch the change, they will fall back to populists and to believe promises that are just false. But as we mentioned, it's really a global fight, and nobody can reach it alone, not even governments. And we see, not only as a result of the pandemic, but wider tectonic changes, that there is a shrinking civic space. Many governments are limiting possibilities for civil society. Where do you see your role in strengthening the partnerships with the private sector and civil society that are so crucial nowadays?
You said a very important word, and that was populism. Politicians must become real, must become very honest, and it's about their communication. So I want to encourage the politicians in other countries to be and watch what they communicate, and don't fall into populism. Now is the time for the values that I mentioned. History was changed in Slovakia by the people that had strong values of freedom and democracy. In 1989, we were able to conquer communism, which is a dictatorship, and set a freedom environment that must be built. So that's the calling for politicians to be set and based in values, and have the communication based on these values of freedom and democracy, and have very much in mind also the cooperation with the civic society. That's very important. And that's what I do, because I understand how important it is, and how important it is in building trust of the citizens. Cooperation is definitely the main instrument of building trust.
And do you have a short wish for OGP? It's celebrating 10 years nowadays and needs a lot of strength for the future. What would you wish to such a community?
I would wish to this great community, to the 10th anniversary, my personal motto, which says that please build on the experience. always trying to find a way to cooperate and never give up.
Thank you very much for your dedication to anti-corruption and fight and for your very strong messages. And back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the motto, build on experience, find ways to cooperate, and never give up. Next, we will listen to a special speech by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. To deliver the message on his behalf, let us invite Mr. Shim Bo-gyun, Head of UN Project Office on Governance of Korea.
Your Excellency Mr. John Hae-chul, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, Excellencies, distinguished participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver the message on behalf of the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres. I am pleased to send my greetings to the 10th Open Government Partnership Global Summit. Our world today is facing a series of profound challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated inequalities and it reduced access to basic social services. In too many places, transparency, meaningful participation, and accountability are being eroded. Civic space is shrinking around the world. Gender equality is being set back. The digital divide is growing, and trust in institutions is at historic lows. Bridging these gaps requires bold action. My recent report on our common agenda proposes a series of measures to rebuild trust and social cohesion through a renewed social contract anchored in human rights. For 10 years, the Open Government Partnership has engaged with national institutions and civil society to promote transparency, empower citizens, fight corruption, and harness technologies to strengthen good governance. More than ever, these values must guide our efforts to recover better from the COVID-19 pandemic and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Cooperation and innovation are powerful tools for change. Open government reforms can make a difference towards more peaceful, inclusive, and just societies. I wish you a successful summit and look forward to your contributions. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 드릴게요.
A big round of applause.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. 2021 was a very challenging year, and the world is still in the struggle against COVID-19. So, how should we prepare for the time we finally reach the end of the tunnel and enter an era of recovery and renewal? To share his perspective, let us turn to Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, for a special video message.
Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, I thank the Republic of Korea for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you today. 감사합니다. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Open Government Partnership. While the world has changed dramatically, the principles on which the partnership is based remain: transparency, accountability, and cooperation. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of working together to address systemic inequities that make communities vulnerable and hobble response efforts. Your focus this year on strengthening civic space and public participation tackling corruption, and promoting inclusive digital innovation are all vitally important issues. Across the globe, digital health technologies like telemedicine are becoming an integral part of care delivery. In the future, what we call digital health will be known simply as the way we deliver health services in the digital age. While it holds great promise, we must ensure the benefits of digital health reach everybody equitably. With the right oversight and regulation, digital health can be a powerful tool for building a healthier, fairer, and safer world. WHO is committed to support countries in supporting the adoption of these 21st century tools through its global digital health strategy. I wish you a productive discussion. Kamsahamnida. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for imparting your knowledge and insight, Dr. Ghebreyesus. To celebrate the 10th anniversary of OGP and the 2021 OGP Global Summit here in Seoul, we are joined by a global performance group, and they are named Just Jerk. And once they are ready, yes, they seem to be ready, please welcome them with a big round of applause.
The math gon' drop 'em, and 50 ain't rockin' with 'em no more. It's okay, I get it poppin'. Move it, boy.
Let the bass kick.
I get it poppin'.
Let the bass kick.
Kicks. Move it. Kicks. I get it poppin'. Drums in my dressing room.
And once again, that was Just Jerk. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
This year, as we all know, is OGP's 10th anniversary, and we celebrate the optimism and energy that first launched OGP, and we recognize the challenges ahead, challenges we will meet with collective action. Here's a look at this video reflecting on the lessons of the last 10 years. Let's take a look.
I think we are experiencing a crisis of trust the world over. It's everywhere.
And we are seeing new digital threats to democracy, disinformation to manipulate public opinion.
Anteriormente el gobierno no le ponía atención a los pueblos indígenas. Estábamos abandonados totalmente.
People had elections, but they were a charade.
Porque no se podía hablar de los derechos de la mujer. En general no se podía hablar de los derechos humanos, pero menos de los derechos de las mujeres que están asociados a los derechos humanos.
El asunto es que no nos han dejado decidir hasta ahora.
Cuando fue la convocatoria del 2015, nosotros lloramos de ver cómo eso llegó a toda la sociedad.
People are ready for leadership that looks and feels different.
Citizens must have a say in decisions that impact their lives, but this exercise of democracy must not be limited to the ballot box, but rather practiced every day.
Open government is one that doesn't want me to trust it blindly, so it shares information with me, respects me as a citizen, and values my vote.
The community is going to be part of the negotiation. That's completely different.
Yo tengo mucha fe en este mecanismo de consulta. Nosotros tenemos que tener las mismas condiciones que tiene cualquier ciudadano.
If you're a concerned citizen, demand open budgets, open contracts. Ask to become the eyes and ears of public services. If you're a reformer in government, join hands with others, because you cannot win this battle alone.
And now we are going to hear messages from the leaders of additional OGP governments. The President of the Republic of Ecuador, Guillermo Lasso Mendoza. The Prime Minister of Georgia, Irakli Garibashvili. The Head of Government of the Kingdom of Morocco, Aziz Ahanoush. And the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal.
Es un honor participar en este espacio que legitima un nuevo.
I send a warm greeting to all the leaders, authorities, and guests gathered at the Open Government Partnership World Summit. It is my honor to participate in this space that legitimizes a new governance model in which the citizen is the central axis as the main participant in the construction and execution of public policy. This guarantees accessibility, receptivity, and responsibility before the citizenry, but above all, it solidifies institutions. I'm confident that the influence of citizens in the formulation and incidence of policies allows an adequate execution of the electoral mandate and the strengthening of government legitimacy. With this vision, we carry out permanent exercises for the alignment with the principles for the alliance of open government, transparency, and access to public information. We believe in an open form of governance because transparent management generates trust and allows citizens to effectively monitor public resources. Our government is built on strong public ethics, and we're building a rule of law. And we follow the international standards for public procurement, and our platform is a very successful example.
de contratación pública.
Using this platform, we're able to ensure that all the citizens and stakeholders can access information. And this mechanism will also promote participation and external control in public procurement processes. So this mechanism has been very successful.
Un Estado abierto.
Working in an open state is a process that requires political will and continuous and sustained commitment. For this reason, we promote all actions that strengthen this governance model. And I am proud to say that the Open Government Ecuador marked an important milestone for the generation of policies for the benefit of the country. Dear friends, on behalf of my government and the entire Ecuadorian people, I express my sincere hope that the working days at the summit will meet the expectations and objectives set. I hope this summit will be successful. Thank you very much.
It is my great honor to address the 7th Open Government Partnership Global Summit and its participants from governments, civil society, academia, or private sector. Historically, OGP Global Summits have created a platform for exchanging experience and achievements, as well as challenges on open government reforms. Moreover, it has been an opportunity for high-level officials to take political commitments and contribute to shaping the global democracy agenda. Georgia was also honored to host the 5th OGP Global Summit in Tbilisi in 2018. However, this particular summit is distinct from any other before. Mostly held virtually, it reminds us the global crisis we live in today and eventually calls upon the OGP community, number one, to recognize the genuine challenges democracies are facing, and number two, to join forces and take issues of open government at the top of the international agenda. This year we celebrate 10 years of OGP, the partnership created to uphold the values of open governance. Georgia is proud to be among the first countries to join OGP. And since then, we have implemented 4 OGP action plans and achieved tangible results, such as improving transparency of state procurement, encouraging innovation in public service delivery, reforming the concept of civil service, taking drastic measures to fight corruption, launching innovative practice of opening up the state budget monitoring, or engaging all branches of the government in OGP process. Along with the success stories, we have commitments still in progress and an important phase ahead of us to elaborate a new OGP Georgia's action plan that I am confident will address various policy areas and reflect emerging needs of our society. Additionally, with this short address to the OGP Global Summit, I would like to share with you 3 priorities we see at the heart of our open government for all countries. First, after 10 years of OGP, we believe it is time to shift the focus from delivering immediate results to achieving more transformational impact in the lives of citizens. Second, achieving open government is not an easy task. Hence, it is critical to join forces and broaden the focus from open data, open budgets, and etc. to other sectors which directly affect lives of our society. And third, reconstruct the way we see democracy. The global pandemic illustrated that issues, which 2 years ago might have been about transparency, accountability, or fighting corruption, today is about saving lives and livelihoods, and this fight requires building more resilient democracies. In conclusion, let's celebrate our work, but also take this journey together and be mindful of what is ahead and what governments can be in modern times. Better version of democracy is in the hands of coalition of OGP countries. Thank you.
C'est un réel plaisir et une fierté pour moi de prendre part au sommet.
Your Excellencies, it is my great pleasure and it is very meaningful that the Kingdom of Morocco has been a member of the OGP Steering Committee as of October 1st. The principles of open government have been the basis of laws and regulations in Morocco. And the principles have been well implemented, in particular with respect to public institutions. We're pursuing open government, open parliament, open justice, and open local governments. These principles of open government have been applied to one of the key projects in the kingdom's modern history, that of formulating its new development model. This major project was initiated by the Kingdom of Morocco, and it was shaped within the framework of a participatory approach based on openness, attentiveness, and the mobilization of collective intelligence involving the public administration, civil society, youth, the private sector, political parties, and many other stakeholders. This consultation and co-creation process involved more than 3 million Moroccans. Approximately 10,000 citizens have participated in defining the priorities of the Morocco they want. And within this approach, Morocco, under the enlightened leadership of His Majesty the King, has instituted a comprehensive and integrated discipline in the multi-mega projects of our country. And by doing so, we were able to engage our citizens to a larger degree. And this approach is very much in line with our second national OGP action plan. And with this, we're going to promote citizen participation and expand civic space. The challenge of openness and development requires global commitment and collective action. Our ambition is to reach a partnership enlarged to include more countries, especially from Africa. In this regard, the Kingdom of Morocco is willing to share its experience with other African countries and consolidate the bonds of partnership in order to meet the common challenges of peace, development, and prosperity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I join leaders all over the world to celebrate 10 years of the existence of the Open Government Partnership, which has changed the face of governance not just at national, but also at subnational levels. We may recall that Nigeria joined the partnership in 2016 because the vision and the ideals of our government align with the reforms championed in the Open Government Declaration. Since then, we have collaboratively worked with Nigeria's very vibrant civil society to develop and implement our OGP commitments, uphold the Open Government Declaration, and ensure citizens' participation in governance. With support from the Open Government Partnership, Multi-Donor Trust Fund, and the World Bank, we are making progress in the development of an open beneficial ownership register of companies. I made sure that the required legislation is in place for this register and directed Nigeria's Corporate Affairs Commission to lead the process. As the world recovers from the coronavirus pandemic, which has had an adverse effect on the resources available to governments to deliver their mandates, it is vital for governments to collaborate even more with civil society to ensure that the resources are expended judiciously and transparently. I want to reaffirm Nigeria's commitment to the Open Government Declaration. Our resolve to fully implement reform ideas like beneficial ownership transparency, sustain an open civic space, and deploy technology in tackling governance issues in Nigeria. The Open Government Partnership remains a veritable tool for engaging citizens and harnessing their input into implementing these reforms. I thank the government and people of South Korea for hosting this summit. My congratulations on the 10th anniversary of the founding of the Open Government Partnership, and I wish you all a successful summit.
Вітаю учасників глобального саміту «Партнерство. Відкритий уряд». Партнерство «Відкритий уряд» пропонує новий формат взаємодії громадян та органів влади. Партнерство від створення, реалізації та дворічних планів дій до їх моніторингу та оцінки процесу. Спільні зусилля урядовців та громадянського суспільства для вирішення проблемних питань, що турбують громадян, дозволяють побудувати демократію, що працює для всіх. Пандемія COVID-19 змінила світ. Виклики, які майже 2 роки стоять перед усіма країнами, змушують шукати нові механізми для взаємодії урядів та громадянського суспільства. Партнерство «Відкритий уряд» є майданчиком для об'єднання зусиль різних країн з метою подолання глобальних викликів та обміну кращими практиками. Я щиро радий, що Україна має багато напрацювань і готова ділитися своїм досвідом з впровадження інструментів прозорості у державних закупівлях, продажі державного майна, видобувних галузях, відкриття даних, забезпечення спільного створення co-creation під час реалізації ініціативи партнерства «Відкритий уряд». Вітаю всіх учасників саміту з 10-річчям партнерства та бажаю усім успіхів у спільному творенні змін на краще в наших країнах.
Thank you for your messages. We are now pleased to introduce the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Natalia Gavrilitsa, in conversation with civil society leader and OGP envoy Veronica Crețu, as they discuss their vision for the future of open government in Moldova. Let's take a look. Yes, you are connected, so feel free to begin.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and OGP friends, a very warm hello to you all, and thank you for this opportunity to participate in the 7th OGP Global Summit. My name is Veronica Crețu. I'm an OGP envoy and the co-chair of the Moldovan Open Government Coordination Committee. And I'm thrilled to be here today with the Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Ms. Natalia Gavrilitsa. Thank you for being with us, Prime Minister Gavrilitsa, and I think both of us here are together for a number of good reasons. We are here because Moldova, which proudly joined the OGP in April 2012, was indeed a frontrunner and has been successfully implementing 4 national action plans up to date. We are here today because we were able as a country to share our knowledge, host study visits in Moldova, train and capacitate peers from government, civil society in the region on issues such as open data, transparency in decision-making, citizen engagement, governance reform scorecards, open contracting, beneficial ownership, to name just a few. However, our open government journey has been a roller coaster, and we are also here today because in addition to our success stories, we have failed, particularly when we lacked genuine high-level commitment for open government. We also failed when our civic space was under threat and was vulnerable. Nonetheless, we never gave up on our OGP mandate and membership. In moving towards the next decade of OGP, we want to see ambitious reforms in the justice sector and the rule of law, integrity and innovation across public administration, radical transparency, why not, and accountability. And we want to see tangible results and move from paper and declarations to implementation. We want to really explore the full potential of the OGP for the governance processes in Moldova, and in doing so, we want to work hand in hand with your government. Prime Minister Gavrilitsa, your government has come to power in very complicated, sensitive times for our country. It has come to power on the promise of reform. What do you think can be the role of open government approaches, principles and values, and the OGP platform overall for the implementation of the reforms of your government? And thank you once again for joining us today.
Thank you, Veronica, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here and to greet you at this 7th OGP Global Summit. Indeed, transparency and accountability represent key commitments of the new government of Moldova. We have been in power for just over 4 months, and we were elected with a strong mandate to fight corruption and to replace the informal governance system with good governance. Therefore, some of the measures that have already been taken by the government targeted public procurement schemes, which had eluded precisely these principles of transparency and accountability. It is our firm commitment to reintroduce the rule of law, as Veronica already mentioned. Also, then this involves enhancing the accountability of judges and prosecutors. And now we are in the process of drafting and passing legislation that will introduce external vetting of judges and prosecutors. And I want to mention the fact that this is precisely in line with a recommendation formulated in the Moldova Design Report 2019-2020 of the independent reporting mechanism of the Open Government Partnership. We also place professional ethics and integrity at the heart of our approaches within public administration. And in this regard, I welcome the fact that Moldova is one of the countries targeted by the EU for integrity program for the Eastern Partnership, which is jointly implemented by OGP and the OECD Anti-Corruption Network for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I also want to mention digitalization. This is one of the main priorities of my government, precisely because digital solutions enhance transparency and are also an excellent tool to mitigate the risk of corruption. Our guiding principle is that in public administration, especially in the relationship with citizens, businesses, and civil society, digital solutions should become the norm rather than the exception. The first steps that we have taken in this regard is to appoint a deputy prime minister responsible exclusively for digitalization and transsectoral coordination in this regard. But also we already adopted a first legal package aimed at easing the interaction with public institutions online. It aims to create a single shop for certain services delivered to citizens and businesses in their interaction with the state, and canceled the burdensome need of asking for different paper-based documents, which often become a source of corruption. And finally, in the context of our discussion, I want to underscore that the Republic of Moldova is one of the few countries in the world in which cabinet meetings are broadcasted live online, and after an initial firefighting period and some crises that we had to overcome, we have now established the rule of transparency in decision-making, and all acts of the government are published the week before they are adopted, with a consultation period ahead of time.
Thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you for listing those ambitious and hopefully transformational actions and initiatives. And because you mentioned consultations, let me quickly pick up on the role of civil society and get your views on the role that civil society can play in Moldova's journey towards this ambitious reform agenda. And how can civil society and your government work better together under this new political context, but also making sure that your government is being held accountable to its people?
Indeed, transparency and accountability also involves engagement and dialogue with the civil society, which is also needed because the government welcomes and needs the expertise of NGOs, which can compensate the institutional weaknesses and lack of capacities in state institutions. I'm proud to say that some of the ministers in my cabinet come from prominent civil society organizations. We are also now in the process of reviewing and updating the National Strategy for Sustainable Development, Moldova 2030, and public servants and members of my team are working closely together with leading experts from civil society on this important project. This reflects a broader approach that we have for pooling expertise actively in my team, as well as in other ministries, consultants provided by civil societies and international organizations are working alongside state employees to ensure the best possible policy proposals. I would also like to highlight that all the measures that have been taken in the context of the COVID crisis and the new COVID wave that we faced in October, November of this year were first consulted with the representatives of the sectors that were most affected by pandemic regulations. And through this, we replaced this top-down approach of previous governments with an approach based on dialogue aimed at finding the best solution. Even now, we are in the process of consulting the appropriate measures in the current circumstances and ahead of the winter holidays. And one further priority that I would like to mention is our engagement with the diaspora, which is also an important part of the Moldovan civil society. These are people with hands-on experience in companies or organization in Western countries who can support the government with expertise and best practices, but also they can become agents of change. They can help us improve the governance of state-owned enterprises, for example, or the governance of state institutions. And we are preparing a program for stimulating the return of diaspora and facilitating the reintegration of citizens of the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. You mentioned diaspora, you mentioned preeminent CSOs. I just want to highlight that on the civil society side, we want to reiterate the importance of more holistic and inclusive approach to civil society engagement. And I hope as we move towards the co-creation of our 5th Action Plan on Open Government, early next year, together with your government, we can bring in those different perspectives, and why not reposition Moldova as a front runner in the OGP? Let's aim for this. With this, thank you so much, Prime Minister, for joining us, for being with us today. Thank you, South Korea. Thank you, OGP, and everyone wishing you a fantastic summit. Thank you.
We will work together towards this aim, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of the 7th OGP Summit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your valuable time and inspirational, insightful discussion. Now, there has been much progress and success in the partnership's first 10 years. Next, we will hear about some of the most impactful reforms from Ms. Stephanie Mushai, OGP Steering Committee member and Director of Partnerships at the International Lawyers Project, who will announce the winners of the 2021 Open Government Awards.
Good afternoon and good evening to those joining us or continuing on with us at the opening plenary for the OGP Summit 2021. I am Steph Mushai, very pleased to have you join in with us. We are marking OGP's 10th anniversary, and we're excited to recognize the hard work of reformers from inside and outside of government who are changing the way governments serve their people through the 2021 Open Government Awards. This year, there were 2 tracks: the OGP Impact Awards, recognizing initiatives that have improved people's lives and/or the quality of democracy in their countries. The second track is the OGP Local Innovation Awards, and we are recognizing innovations to open up local government and transforming the way that local governments serve their citizens. Now, this was a highly competitive process. We received more than 100 applications for both tracks and nearly 20,000 votes from the OGP community. Every application was truly inspiring, and it really demonstrated how innovative and impactful OGP reforms can be, and how critical the passion and determination of reformers is. The open government community has voted, and I'm honored to share the initiatives that rose to the top. We'll start with the top winners of the OGP Impact Awards by region. In Africa, we have in third place, Ghana. In second place, we have Tunisia. And in first place, Nigeria, for their commitment to establish a beneficial ownership registry to end anonymous companies. Congratulations to all of you. Truly remarkable initiatives. The OGP community honors you. Moving on to the Americas, in third place, we have Argentina. In second place, we have Brazil. And in the first place goes to Panama for their 311 hotline, which enables citizens to report corruption in public services to the governments easily, quickly, and confidentially. Congratulations to all of you. The OGP community recognizes your great work. Please give them a round of applause. And now let's move on to the Asia Pacific. It's my pleasure to announce and congratulate our host, the Republic of Korea, in third place. In second place, Indonesia. And in first place, the Philippines, for their citizen participatory audit, where citizens engage with the government to ensure the best use of public resources, to improve service delivery, and more. From the OGP community, a big congratulations to the Asia Pacific countries. Please give them a round of applause virtually and in person. And now to Europe. In third place, we have a tie, North Macedonia and Ireland. Serbia takes second place. And in first place, Ukraine, their commitment on transparent sale of public assets through ProZorro sale. This initiative is turning abandoned public assets into productive ones. Congratulations to all the winners of the Impact Awards. Please give them a round of applause. We'll now move on to award the most innovative initiatives that members of OGP Local, these are our local government members, are working to improve in the way that they interact with citizens. And the winners of the Local Innovation Awards are, in Africa, in third place, Tangier Tetouan, Al Hushima in Morocco. In second place, from my home country, Kenya, Nandi County. And in first place is Plateau, Nigeria, for their commitment to increase transparency and accountability in the extractive sector. Over to the Americas. In third place, Cordoba Province, Argentina. In second place, Sao Paulo, Brazil. And in first place, Bogota, Colombia, for their innovation and participation in health. Congratulations. We'll move over to Asia Pacific. And in Asia Pacific, it is a landslide from our friends in Indonesia. Third place goes to Semarang. In second place, West Nusa Tenggara. And in first place, West Sumbawa, for their forum for consultation, complaints, and problem solving. Congratulations to Indonesia. Finally, in Europe, in third place is Vinnytsia, Ukraine. In second place, Tirana, Albania. And in first place, Khmelnytsky, Ukraine, for the formation of the Green Course Action Plan, creating an interactive waste management space to change the citizens' lives. Please join me in giving them a big round of applause for all of our award national and local governments at the OGP Summit 2021. You will learn more about these and many other initiatives throughout the summit, and we hope that these stories will inspire others to replicate or to build on these efforts in your own countries and localities. Congratulations again to all the winners today and to all who submitted their applications for this year's award. Please stay tuned for the rest of the summit. Thank you.
And thank you once again to Ms. Stephanie Mushai, and congratulations to the recipients of the 2020 hard work on all of their open government activities. And we do want to take a moment to ask for your kind understanding as we experienced a slight delay due to unstable internet connection. Now, finally, we turn to OGP Steering Committee member Lucy McTernan to welcome the members who have joined the partnership since the last OGP Global Summit.
Hello, my name is Lucy McTernan, and I'm a civil society member of the OGP Steering Committee. And I'm delighted to introduce to you the new local governments that recently joined OGP. OGP Local was launched in 2016, and since then it has welcomed 76 local jurisdictions and hundreds of civil society organisations. The recent addition of 56 new members was the largest in OGP history and came at a critical moment as provinces, cities and local communities are at the forefront of efforts to recover from COVID-19, whilst also facing strained budgets and climate insecurity. These 56 new OGP local members were selected out of a pool of 112 applications jointly submitted by governments and civil society to ensure a regional diversity with different types and sizes of entities and unique strengths to complement the overall objectives of OGP Local. Many innovations and open government reforms are happening at the local level, and OGP Local helps to build partnerships between local governments and CSOs to make their governments more open, accountable, and responsive to citizens. You'll hear much more about OGP Local members throughout the summit, and I, for one, cannot wait to see what ambitious reforms they co-create next. Join me, please, in welcoming the new members of OGP Local with a big virtual round of applause.
Yes, welcome to the partnership. We look forward to your valuable contributions in the coming years. Also, thank you for the thought-provoking discussions throughout this event. We have just had a taste of what our next 3 days will be like. And this brings us to the end of the opening plenary of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. After the opening plenary, we will proceed on to the first thematic plenary titled Beyond the Ballot Box, Building Inclusive Civic Space. For those attending virtually, please proceed to the Civic Space Plenary page on our website, and we'll see you there soon. Thank you once again for joining us today at the opening plenary of the 2021 OGP Global Summit. Thank you. 10 years ago, reformers in and outside of government launched the Open Government Partnership, a new way to make governments more transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable. Our 10th anniversary Global Summit brings our community together to redouble our efforts to renew democracy. And for the entire Global Summit program, you can visit ogpsummit.org. My name is Jennifer Clyde, and welcome to the Civic Space and Public Participation Plenary, Beyond the Ballot Box, Building Inclusive Civic Space. Live interpretation will be provided in English, French, Korean, and Spanish. So please click the globe button at the bottom of your Zoom screen and choose the applicable language. Thank you for joining us today for this important conversation. In the wake of 15 years of declining democracy trends, we will discuss ideas for protecting and expanding civic space, deepening participation of communities, and policy innovations being progressed in OGP countries. We will also celebrate the reformers behind them, some who continue working in very challenging contexts. We will have a few different segments today, starting with a fireside chat followed by 2 panel discussions. We encourage you to get involved in the conversation by posting questions in the chat. You can also post online using the hashtag OGP Summit. To open the plenary, we will now go to a fireside chat with our first speakers. Samantha Power, Administrator for the United States Agency for International Development, in conversation with Aruna Roy, founder of the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sanghathan and leading Indian civil society activist. Administrator Power and Aruna Roy were among the founders of OGP. Next, Aiden Eyakuze, Executive Director of Twaweza, East Africa, and incoming OGP Civil Society Co-Chair, will be moderating the discussion. Executive Director, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Hello.
To you, Ambassador Samantha Power. Good evening to you, Aruna, and good afternoon to everybody else from a very sunny Dar es Salaam. I know it's very early there, Ambassador Power, and it's getting late-ish for you, Aruna. So let's have a fun fireside chat. And I'm really looking forward to learning from you, being inspired by you, learning a bit of history lessons of what got you to start the OGP, and then to get some ideas on how we really take this thing forward. You'll see at the back of me, there's some Kiswahili words in the banner behind me saying, Demokrasia yetu. That means our democracy. And I really want us to have this conversation about that. So let me start by asking you respectfully, if in the spirit of a fireside chat, I may refer to you as Aruna and Samantha. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Of course. Lovely. Thank you so much. So public participation and civic space are at the core of the Open Government Declaration, which was adopted 10 years ago, and by the founding 17, I'll call them the founding 17, 8 governments, 9 civil society leaders. And you too were part of those founding 17. So let me ask you this first question. What were your most important ambitions for public participation and civic space a decade ago? 10 years later, what are you most proud of having achieved in this space? Let's start with Aruna for you first, and then I'll come back to you, Samantha.
I'm so glad I am with Samantha, because I think a decade ago we met in the USA, and I think people like you contributed a lot. You're in government then, you're in government again, and you, I think, have negotiated the difficult task of extending the boundaries of government by being vocal and committed to issues of open government. I'm really glad you're here, so that with you and I, there will be 2 parts of the story. The initiators of OGP, in a way, also convinced people who were slightly skeptical, like me, in the steering committee, that there was an important role that we could all play together. Because still the OGP, actually we were on 2 sides of the fence, the government on one side and civil society on the other. So we were really happy to come together, to work together. And it's very rarely that you get an opportunity like this one to be part of a historical process and yet comment on what has happened. But I think singularly, the singular achievement of the OGP for me is the exponential growth that it's had, but also the fact that it was much more than just a civil society and a government coming together, but it was coming together with equality. And equality, not only in the nature of participation in speaking, but in terms of processes, deliberative processes, and the equal number of co-chairs. And every meeting we had, there was equal representation of civil society and of the governments. And the synergetic coalitions that we actually dreamed of came to be, but it also set very practical standards for right to know, free speech, freedom of expression, and it demystified government for many of us, because we didn't know what was going on behind the walls of secrecy. It broke the wall, or it withdrew the curtain of secrecy, and many things came to be. It opened new possibilities in multilateral efforts, in the international coalitions, in global solidarities, and in our engagement with structures of power. We learned how to deal with power, both domestically and internationally. And now, as we face pushback, repression, and restrictions in transitional democracies, we know how much we have achieved. I would say that OGP popularized information sharing and open government as a necessary part of the framework of governance, and has made citizen participation a systemic reality. I think we don't have to plead our case any further.
Yes, let me invite Samantha to also reflect. What are you most proud of? I recall 5 years ago, we were in Paris together at the Paris summit, and you had to say were quite despondent because it was after the election results were out, right? You were quite despondent. But if you look over the 10-year space, what is it that you're most proud of with respect to protecting civic space or advancing public participation in the OGP space?
Well, I think, first of all, in Paris, I was not the only one who was despondent, last I checked. But I'd like to, I think it's important to go back, actually, to the precipitant for what happened in the coming together that Aruna has talked about. I was very influenced by a young staffer on the National Security Council named Jeremy Weinstein, who some of you know. And Jeremy and I went to President Obama, and like so many people in democracies at the time, we went with all the horrifying statistics about the extent to which civil society was being cramped, or as civic space, as somebody put it last week at Biden's Democracy Summit, was not being reduced but eliminated. And so all those NGO laws that are now way worse 10 years later, unfortunately, as we put it at the time, the bad guys are learning from each other. What can we do to use the convening power that the U.S. has potentially to create resources and a network and enhance the network that's already existing, of course, in more informal ways, to ensure that the good people like Aruna out there on the front lines have a hook to engage governments that are maybe moving in the wrong direction, or have a hook to engage other civil society warriors and other government reformers in other parts of the world. So that was the idea. It was a defensive, I think, precipitant in one respect, but it was offensive in that I personally, as somebody who was not by any means an expert on right to information, was completely inspired by the RTI movement, specifically in India. And I do want to call it out a little bit, because I think that there were many at the beginning of OGP who thought of this as kind of techie, modern, what are the new tech tools that can be brought to bear? And what's so inspiring and informative about the RTI movement there, and then how that has, I do think, inspired so many around the world, is it shows, as Aruna just said, the power of information per se. And that, when you take information from filing cabinets that are gathering dust and manila folders, and get that information out to the people. And that's, you all know the images of people actually writing the information up on schoolhouse walls or factory walls. And then you see somebody coming and saying, wait, it says that information from the center says that I'm supposed to have been paid X amount for this roadworks project. I didn't get paid that amount. Or wait, so-and-so, he died. What the hell's his name doing up there? And for me, that was like, it was a revelation, right? About information as not leveling the playing field. We can't kid ourselves, but giving people who are too often left behind and left without a voice this tool, this power. And so the first meeting that we had in Washington that Aruna referenced, we had 9 governments at the time. We won't say who the 9th was, who didn't make it across the starting line. But and then we had our civil society partners, so it was meant to be symmetrical. In fact, the idea that governments could not play unless and until they developed their national action plans with civil society at the table was very controversial. It was sort of like, would governments do it? I mean, who would join? I'm thinking as a government official, like who are we going to get? I mean, how are we going to go to countries? Are they going to say, wait, I'm trying to eliminate civil society, not develop a national action plan with civil society. Anyway, so that was
78 of them who joined, So
yeah. So what seems obvious now, I just want to bring us, because what seems obvious now, and we were influenced by the extractive transparency initiative and so forth. Like there were other models out there that were already well ahead of us, what we were doing. But the launch was one thing, and I count myself a little bit of call me a numerical skeptic. Like over the years, I would hear the kind of X number of countries have joined or X number of cities. But when you ask me what am I most proud of, it's less that. I mean, I'm thrilled to see this in Korea. I can't even imagine 10 years later. I'm thrilled that it didn't miss a beat when the United States receded in the way that we did over the last 4 years. That's a real tribute to, right, when you build institutions that are not dependent on some random group of people sitting around a table, it gets into the bloodstream of the international system. I'm proud of all that, but the main thing I'm proud of is the way that reformers inside and outside of government have in fact learned from one another on beneficial ownership, on RTI, on open procurement. And let me say one last thing, and sorry to hog the floor here when we have the great Aruna with us, but as a now running USAID, I've traveled in recent days to Moldova, to the Dominican Republic. I've had, very, I think, important opening conversations with, for example, the president of Zambia. These are 3 countries that have now leadership that is dedicated to reform. They ran on anti-corruption platforms, on reformist platforms. And for me to be able to say, okay, there's USAID and US government and the Department of Treasury, and what can we do? But the most thrilling thing for me is to say there's this thing called the Open Government Partnership. And they have this thing called a technical support unit. And they have within that technical support unit people who have been to other countries that have tried and maybe failed what you're trying, or tried and learned in these ways. And it's not to say there's one size fits all. Everything has to be custom to you. But take it away, OGP. That is a remarkable feature of that. And that's really because I think civil society grabbed this and ran with it.
It's fantastic, Ambassador, because I think you echo what Sanjay was saying about the mechanism really being set up in an institution to help this partnership really work well. Let's talk a little bit more about public participation. And Aruna, if I might bring you really to the present, to last month, where the farmers got 3 agricultural bills in India repealed, which they were protesting against for a whole year. Isn't that exciting for you to see how public participation is actually shaping public policy in India? And what can we learn in other countries from that fantastic experience of that farmers' protest to change the laws in India?
This transactional democracies can move both ways. Sometimes they move forward and sometimes they move backwards. And unfortunately in India, we now have a built-in resistance to information sharing and accountability. And actually the farmers' laws should not have been passed in Parliament the way they were. But it was remarkable that for 1 year, I think the largest movement probably in the last few decades in the world, millions of people just squatted on roads, radial roads, reading into Delhi, and with a very reluctant government and a government not willing to share, they just, with totally in a non-violent way and with absolute technical perfection, knowing exactly what they wanted and where the laws were wrong, and getting women in such large numbers, peasant women, farmers, children, writers, poets, people who created songs. The whole of India actually participated in that. And it was an amazing thing. And we are so happy that they have won this battle, because in winning this battle, they have won many things. They have won on transparency, they've won on accountability, they've won on people's participation in policymaking, with which our right to information law actually began in the early decades of this millennia. They have also won the obligation for a government to run through its parliamentary processes carefully, because you cannot have an ordinance passed with a few minutes on something that's going to impact the entire country. So it was an extraordinary win for all of us. And it's come at a time when we've been fairly dejected, because we've been looking at suppression of democratic rights. We've been looking at inequality coming out in terms of denial of citizenship to certain parts of the community in the country. So actually, it has been fantastic. And that's why we feel that people's movements are really the most important thing. But if I might just deviate a bit and talk about the technology bogey, if I may, the technology bogey has come to India. And where we dreamt of technology opening up windows and doors for people, technology actually closed windows and doors and brought in surveillance. Now, it became extremely important for movements like us to fight for digital controls. And we had to learn all this. So many things had to be learned by so many people. But what MKSS and the associated movements in Rajasthan have been able to do is to work with government in real partnership, get hold of the digital dialogues, make sure that they passed a law called the Jan Suchna portal, and a portal which you will be amazed to know deals with information of 115 government departments, and it's put it proactively on the net. So you have a portal with no admin. So anybody can go in, anybody can access that information. And Section 4 of the RTI, which was suo motu disclosure or public disclosure, was really suffering. We have got this format in place, and we have had in the last 2 years 100 billion visits to this site, and we have had 50 million downloads. It's been an amazing success. Now, another government in India called Karnataka government is also doing this. So we are now trying to use digital controls with the people, but we are not succeeding fully. There are still issues on which we are fighting against surveillance, against attacks on young people who are using social media, and so on.
Right. That's maybe you can move on to on that same note about the weaponization of digital. Samantha, there is an allure. The narrative that authoritarians get things done can be very alluring, right? So how do we respond as a movement, as a partnership, to people's frustrations, frankly, with democracy? And apparent inefficiency in delivering public goods. How do you galvanize global political leadership, especially to fight that narrative that authoritarians get things done?
Yeah, it's a great question. I would note an article in yesterday's New York Times talking about the challenge that inflation is posing so many governments, but in particular, some of the illiberal forces who swept to power, trying to widen social cleavages and cultural cleavages, but claiming that they got things done. And now, in parts of the world, some of which where elections actually are on the verge of happening, where people are like, wait, my check is worth a quarter of what it was worth or a half of what it was worth a year ago. What do you mean you get things done? So the facts do have a funny way of sneaking up on all governments, irrespective of the extent to which they use media tools or misinformation to mislead folks. I guess this was a kind of cri de coeur that I offered in the last time I had a chance to engage in OGP Summit, as you say, in Paris. And it really was, particularly having seen what happened in the US election, the extent to which illiberal actors swoop in and sort of create the impression of a correlation between strength and disrespect for institutions and checks and balances and delivery. And I come back to that, the founding of OGP, and what I was so inspired by the people who work every day in this space, which was the use of information and openness very specifically to strengthen social service accountability. And that was, to see again the way in which when people had information, they could tell whether the school textbooks had been bought, when, as we've seen now through the effectiveness of some of the reforms that OGP has helped popularize, when you have public procurement, we just saw this in Ukraine in a program that USAID has funded, the ProZorro program, working with OGP. When procurement is up online, when people actually see what you are paying for something, the way that enhances competition and actually saves the government resources, that money then has been pumped back into the Ukrainian state treasury and used to purchase COVID-19 response materials. But is this being publicized? Do people see the link between civic empowerment? There's not always the feedback loop that you all were just talking about as occurred in India, where citizens get to see the reward of their efforts or the reward of their activation. And so I think drawing this link between exercising your rights, using your voice, putting pressure on government actors or working in partnership with government reformers, and enhanced delivery on the ground, that certainly is the approach that I've brought to USAID. We've tried different things in the past. Obviously, as democracy's been on its back heel, there's been a lot of experimentation going on in a lot of governments. But the approach that I am bringing is to say, okay, if you have a reformist opening in a country, first of all, as I mentioned earlier, tell the leader about OGP. Let's bring all hands on deck. Let's draw from all of the insight from all the cities and all the states that have attempted analogous reforms. That's important. But as I, the head of USAID, I can meet that reformist opening by offering more support, very narrowly or specifically in the area, for example, of election reform or something narrowly within the democracy space. But the best thing I can do for a reformer is try to get my colleagues, for example, at the Department of Commerce or at the USTR or my counterparts in the private sector to take note of the fact that this opening is occurring in the Dominican Republic, that you have a leader who is fighting corruption. I'm the vice chair of the Development Finance Corporation, the old OPIC. One of the most important things I can do, that people are excited to get more USAID grants, but they're really excited to get the Development Finance Corporation to show up. And on infrastructure, on transportation, getting vaccines, not only to a country, but out into the health systems of a country, partnering with countries to do that, to show that democracy delivers. That is the best antidote to the authoritarians. The corruption is the Achilles heel of the illiberal forces that are out there, and this partnership is thus, the Open Government Partnership is thus a tool to fight those illiberal forces by seeking to open up the books. That's only going to show the extent to which dictators and illiberal forces get things done for themselves. So that's part of this, and USAID, of course, funds a lot of anti-corruption actors. We've just created a new defamation insurance fund because oligarchs and illiberal forces are increasingly suing civil society organizations and journalists. So we have to protect the accountability frontline using the tools that we have. But beyond that, when there is a reformist moment, can we actually bring in not only more support for NGOs or more support for democracy institutions per se, but actually something that will show the people that this is a better path for bread and butter issues as well.
That's a great point you make. Democracy delivers. A nice, powerful statement. I want to just maybe for everybody's benefit announce sort of the launching of the OGP Civic Space Learning Network, really to bring together members of the OGP family to do a very simple mission, to stop and reverse the declining civic space. Simple, but tough to do. And we'll be asking the network to lead by example governments in terms of expanding civic space, to advance reforms that open and protect civic space, and of course to do global advocacy on opening up civic space. So we want to inspire, teach, and support each other. And for the last minute for each of you, and maybe starting with you, Samantha, how can we really mobilize a broader global movement for democracy, and even more specifically for civic space? Who do we need to talk to and bring them on board? And same question for you, Runa, to end. Are you still a skeptic when you look forward? How can we really strengthen a global movement to expand civic space in the way that will make it work? We'll start with you, Ambassador Samantha.
Thank you so much. I just say in brief that I think that the networking is happening. This is the rare area where we still like technology, Aruna. we like technology because of the enhanced platform it provides people like the civil society actors who are involved in this. But we just need to lift up more success stories. I think the demoralization of civil society in the face of these powerful repressive trends is a gift to the illiberal forces. So the flip of that is, what is the positive feedback loop? And that's what OGP does. It gathers the best examples, it shares them, but that fuel in the tank, all of us need, whether inside government or outside, to believe we can do this. And so I think that, again, when you have a reformist opening, whether at the city level, the county level, or at the head of state level, let us swoop in and offer the support that we can, and let us prevent reformers from thinking that just because they swept to power with the help of civil society, that doesn't mean that they're done with civil society, right? Civil society, its role becomes all the more important, when a reformer actually has the opportunity to govern. We need some success stories. We need proof points that the march of the illiberal forces is halted and beginning its decline and reverse.
Aruna, give us some inspiring words. You were a skeptic at the beginning. I hope you're not anymore. What's your inspiration for the next decade?
Oh, certainly not. I stopped being a skeptic 1 month into the OGP. I just began with skepticism. But let me tell you, we need more interaction internationally, because after all, things that happen, for instance, now because of the technology, it travels so quickly. So with Black Lives Matter, what happened evoked so much response in India from Dalits and people who are at the receiving end of the law. I mean, you really have quick interactions and solidarities being built across civil society groups, far, far away. And the attack on all of us is to stop us from questioning. And information is all about asking. So all about asking, which is questioning. So the attack on questioning is also universal. And all these elected oligarchies that we've got now all over the world are using our votes, but not giving us our rights. So there is a huge discrepancy between getting our votes and giving us our rights. And this dialectic has somehow come to be an international dialectic, a universal global dialectic. So I think more than ever before, we need to get together, we need to exchange. And the amazing thing about information is that in India, despite the effort of our present government to play down RTI, there's still 6 to 8 million users every year. They have not been able to get down the numbers. And actually, OGP, in promoting civil society participation, has really brought in a broad-based education. But I think we need to go a little further than that and talk about specific political education wherever we go, even about the OGP to the younger generation. And I think
Of course, I won't take too much time, but we must build solidarities again across governments and civil society participants. And we cannot forget that we are obliged to talk truth to power. That as a civil society activist, as you can see, I'm no longer so young, but till I have breath in me, it'll have to be that I talk truth to power, come what may. And that, I think, is probably the civil society's greatest contribution to OGP and, of course, to the debate and discourse all over the world. And I think that should continue. And a responsive government and a responsive system, of course, makes wonderful things happen.
Thank you so much, Aruna. That's so inspiring. Speak truth to power. You're even channeling, I suppose, the Slovak Prime Minister who said, never give up. And Samantha for telling us that democracy delivers, certainly a mantra I look forward to promoting during my co-chair year, which starts soon. And thank you both so much for inspiring us, for informing us, for telling us a little bit of the origin story of OGP. And we really look forward to building this movement to build back better, build better democracy, and to make sure that citizens' voices actually shape better outcomes for themselves. Have a fantastic morning in the US and a nice cup of chai for you, Aruna. And I hand it back over to the MC.
Thank you,
everybody.
Samantha. Thank you, Aidan. Thank both sides to both of you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Meet you all soon, but not virtually, but really.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. So thanks again to Aruna Roy, Samantha Power, and Aidan Eyakuze. Next, I would like to introduce the following panel that will give a perspective of the larger environment where civic space operates and how reformers protect our freedoms of expression, assembly, and association. And our speakers are Bang Jong-kyun, Senior Secretary to the President for Civil and Social Agenda, Darren Walker, who is the President of Ford Foundation, a private American foundation that seeks to reduce poverty and injustice, strengthen democratic values, and promote international cooperation and advance human achievement. Also, we have Isabel Ereguerena, co-director of X Justicia para las Mujeres, a feminist organization based in Mexico that seeks to transform institutions, laws, and public policies to improve access to justice for all women. And Jeffrey Schlagenhoff, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the OECD. And last but not least, we have Lisa John, Secretary General of Civicus and OGP Steering Committee member, who will be our moderator. Well, the floor is now yours. Yes, we are connected. Hello and welcome.
A very warm welcome to the second part of the OGP plenary. This is the closing plenary where we're going to focus very much on building inclusive civil society. And I have the privilege to speak to you from South Africa and be joined by four very distinguished panel members who've already been introduced. So I'm going to move quickly on because the essence of this part of the interaction really is on unpacking the opportunities for innovation, leadership, and collaboration, and really looking at how many of the lessons and models we've developed through the Open Government Partnership Network can really be expanded to build and protect civil society and civic space much further in the coming years. So I'm going to move to you, Mr. Bengjun Kwan, first. And we would love to know more about the way that the Moon administration has really engaged with expanding space for civil society in the Republic of Korea, and also your own thoughts on what more can be done in establishing the collaboration between government and civil society, and the lessons we can really take forward in doing that better in other regions.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the question.
식민지에서 독립한 국가 중에서
The Korean government is maybe the only government that has become an advanced country among the countries that have experienced colonialism, and we have not only become an advanced democracy, but also we are serving as a global leader. Of course, our democracy was threatened and was put at risk in the past, but civil society was strong enough to resist that and was able to nurture democracy. During the Moon Jae-in government, we believe that civil society and government have to work together to come up with better policies. And we have put in place various governance frameworks. For instance, we have the Open Policy Communication Forum and Citizen Participation Living Lab and public participatory budget system. So these are some of the examples where citizens can participate in the decision-making process. And also we have the Petition Act, which allows public participation in government policy planning and decision-making, and this is guaranteed by law. Furthermore, the government has recognized the importance of providing public data to citizens so that the citizens are able to be better informed of what is happening at the government. As you may know, Korea is chair of the OGP and is a member of the OGP, and we believe in the value of the OGP in facilitating public participation, and we will continue to spread our success cases abroad.
Thank you so much. And I love that you've reinforced the importance of legislation in protecting civic space and civic freedoms. That was something we also heard from Aruna Roy in India, and really the importance of having a much stronger sense of entitlement and laws that actually make these rights available. I'm going to turn to our second panelist, Mr. Darren Walker, who's the president of Ford Foundation. Darren, you're very familiar with civic space trends, and especially a lot of the challenges in terms of the decline in democracy across regions. What are the key challenges that you're facing in terms of Ford Foundation's work and support to its partners on the ground? And what can we do better in terms of creating new and innovative forms of international support for grassroots activists and local civic space actors?
It's a great honor to be a part of this panel of distinguished people. I believe firmly that democracy can only flourish where there is a vibrant civil society. And we are seeing the greatest trend of all, inequality, be a support for authoritarian leaders. Indeed, inequality is the oxygen that authoritarian leaders breathe because it allows them to drive wedges. It allows them to divide us. And so we have to address inequality and deconstruct it in all of its forms. As donors, we must be focused on inequality. It is harmful to democracy. There are trends that are troubling. Over 150 countries took, during the time of COVID, restrictions that were supposedly because of public health. Those restrictions are harmful to democracy. So you ask, what can donors do? The first thing donors can do is to collaborate better as donors. The second thing donors can do is to provide civil society organizations with unrestricted support. We donors often project support our grantees to death. We have to understand that they are most proximate to the challenges, and they must be resourced in ways that allow them to prioritize local needs. We also need to fund multi-year. We need to give support over periods of years, not periods of months, because the process of democracy is a contested process, and we need institutions to be there consistently over time. And in order for that to happen, they have to be resourced accordingly. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. A very important point in terms of really connecting civic space to the broader trends in society, including inequality, but also looking at how it then becomes a much more long-term strategic action for some of the course corrections that need to happen in the larger political, economic, and social structures. And I'd love to get more into that when we open up for discussion. But moving to our next speaker, Isabel, thank you for joining us here. And I'm going to, there's a strong link between what Darren has said and what, the question that we'd like to raise to you. You're familiar with the status of democracy and civic freedoms in the Americas. We've seen a really worrying rise of authoritarianism, of the introduction of regressive laws in the region. What more should be done in terms of the creation of transnational norms and frameworks that can better protect civil society and civic freedoms on the ground? What lessons can we take also from the Open Government Partnership platform in this regard?
Claro que sí, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your question, and it is my pleasure to be part of this panel discussion. Thank you for the invitation. In the Americas, with respect to civic space, there has been some illegal control and illegal practices that have been left on their own. And in this regard, we need to provide and protect civic space because this is essential for the basic rights of citizens. Nevertheless, when you look at the trend in the Americas, our demands have not been recognized, and the authoritarian governments think that our demands are not legitimate. That's also the case in Mexico. Civil society activities have been attempted, and there has been a strong call for civil society participation, but that has been oppressed by the government. Therefore, the civil society is trying to utilize other means, including protests and demonstrations on the streets. And we're also demanding legislation to protect citizens' rights. In particular, we're demanding our citizens' right to know and right to information. For instance, there are major government mega projects, and sometimes the government puts more priority on these mega projects over the basic human rights of citizens. This is quite concerning. Furthermore, the government has been utilizing law enforcement agencies to infringe on our freedom and our basic rights. And there has been limited access to information, and individual freedom has been violated by the authoritarian government. Therefore, we are asking for more accountability for government action, but the government has not been responding to our demands. And we understand that public information and open data is very important, but unfortunately, we only have very limited access to public data. So this is quite concerning.
Thank you so much. Two really critical points, which I hope we'll get to discuss further in the next segment of this deliberation. One, really the power of protest and mobilization, and the kind of agency we've seen from citizens across the world in terms of galvanizing action and demanding better accountability from governments. But then also the whole issue of data and technology and surveillance, which also came up in the earlier conversation, and which we have people and experts in the next segment to unpack a little further. I'm going to move on to Mr. Jeffrey Schlagenhoff, and thank you for being here. OECD has been a visible and vocal champion of civic space, and we're particularly interested in the lessons we can learn from two of your initiatives, the Civic Space Scan and the Observatory for Civic Space.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the OGP and the government of Korea for the opportunity to be here today at the OGP Global Summit. to renew the OECD's commitment to collaborate and celebrate our rich partnership of the past 10 years. Our work on the protection and promotion of civic space is part of an ongoing dialogue among OECD countries on how to reinforce their democracies and their open government agendas. Vibrant civic spaces are an essential precondition for open government initiatives, and there's a critical need to raise protection and promotion standards. Just last week, Civicus reported that 9 out of 10 people globally live in countries where civic freedoms are severely curtailed. At the OECD Ministerial Council meeting in October, we adopted a new vision for the next decade, underlying our core values of individual freedom, rule of law, the defense of human rights, and democracy. We have also just launched a new OECD initiative on reinforcing democracy that will include a global forum at the end of 2022. One of the pillars of this initiative focuses on creating more effective ways for citizen participation in policymaking that go beyond the ballot box. The OECD Observatory of Civic Space has spent the last year creating a vast baseline of data on the protection of civic space in 50 countries. In this context, it's my pleasure to announce that the OECD Open Government Dashboard will go live today. This innovative visualization tool comprises more than 55 indicators on open government, including the promotion and protection of civic space. A link will be shared here in the chat, so please start exploring the data. Finally, I'm happy to report the growing demand from countries to collaborate with us on the protection of civic space. Through our in-depth civic space country scans and work on open government, we're currently advising governments in Finland, Portugal, Romania, Tunisia, Morocco, and Brazil on the protection of civic space. We hope that many more countries will follow. Thanks for your attention and the opportunity to join you today.
Thank you so much. And we do have an opportunity to actually delve further into some points that have been raised already, and a few questions from people who've been listening to this intervention. But I'm going to start off maybe, Isabel, with you. And we were talking about inclusive civil society and inclusive civic space. You've had a lot of work with feminist, the feminist aspects of civic space and democracy and the protection, particularly of women, in their role and in exercising civic freedoms. Is there something that we should be thinking more of, investing more deeply in terms of bringing that element of women's leadership and agency into this conversation?
Desde México hemos tenido una...
Thank you for the question. In Mexico, we have feminist organizations, several of them, and we have been working to engage these feminist organizations for open government initiatives, especially to promote gender equality. And also in developing and implementing the action plan for open government, we try to keep in mind that gender equality is reflected. For instance, when it comes to the use of weapons to murder women, such information has been collected to understand the problems of using weapons for such crimes. So likewise, we are promoting gender equality in all government areas, which is basically about mainstreaming it.
Thank you so much. I know the OGP platform has a really intensive focus on women's leadership in open governance, and there's the campaign that we've run and a lot more that we need to do in progressing that. So thank you for that input. Darren, I'll move over to you now. And because we've talked about gender equality and you've spoken about systemic inequality, I think one of the challenges really, as governments clamp down on resourcing and the operating environment of civil society, is really the challenges with financing, right? And there aren't enough models and mechanisms that support long-term sustained domestic resource mobilization across the world. Is there something you can tell us in terms of Ford Foundation's work, but also what other donors and supporters of civil society should be doing better in order to really strengthen the leadership of civil society that's led by traditionally excluded communities?
Well, first of all, I think, Lisa, the point of making feminism and feminist movements be at the center of civil society is critical. I believe that donors can do and must do a better job of organizing ourselves to better partner with grassroots organizations and organizations most proximate. We donors often act in silos and have individual relationships with our nonprofit partners. The best thing we can do is help fundraise for them, to help them by creating pooled funds, by partnering with USAID, the British Council, other organizations, whether they be non-state actors or not, who themselves are committed to democracy around the world. We know that in many regions, there is not philanthropy to support those civil society organizations demanding accountability, because often the people who are the wealthiest and most powerful and in positions to be philanthropists don't want their power questioned. And so we have to speak, as Arun said so beautifully, we have to support those organizations speaking truth to power. And that may get us uncomfortable, but that is a necessary and essential part of philanthropy.
Thank you, Darren. Mr. Kyun, if I can come to you. Samantha Power spoke very evocatively about the demoralization of civil society, and there is a really strong role that governments need to play really in amplifying and recognizing the contributions that civil society make. Can you tell us a little more about the mechanisms that you've implemented, how the OGP platform has really been able to amplify or strengthen that through the learning and the solidarity that happens across the network? And of course, I think the fact that we're now celebrating 10 years of the platform itself with the Republic of Korea hosting it, what does this mean and what inspirations can we take for the journey ahead?
Thank you very much. The Moon Jae-in government was born after the candlelight vigil by the citizens because the previous government was oppressive and there was a threat to civil society, and people were enlightened and they decided to call for change and reform. And as a result of such civil movement, the current government was established. And since then, there has been growing desire for civil society participation, and the government has been working on creating institutions to ensure such public participation. For instance, citizens are invited to review budgets, and they're also invited to review legislative bills. And in addition, we encourage local government citizen participation so that local residents can address their local problems on their own. As I mentioned previously, public data and opening public data to the public was very crucial because now citizens are able to receive public services more efficiently. For instance, we have the electronic public certificates and other documents that people are able to receive immediately. So this has been very effective. In addition, at the COP26, the Korean president made a very ambitious greenhouse gas reductions target by reducing more than 40% of the carbon emissions. And in order to achieve this, we have established the Carbon Neutrality Committee, and the entire people are committed to this ambitious climate-related target. And we were able to do this because there was enough support from the public. And such ambitious targets were made possible because there was a discussion with the civil society and their understanding and support. Also, the government has been working to create a basic act On civil society development, this legislative process is underway, and the civil society committee was established, and the government reform forum was established, and the government reform consultative body was established. So these are some of the mechanisms that we have put in place to ensure more civic participation. And we're not only doing it in Korea, but also we'd like to share our experiences with other OGP countries and other OGP local governments so that such initiatives can be spread. And as was mentioned by the previous speakers, our freedom and civic space have been threatened, and we need to work together. And I hope that we will make contributions as the host country. Thank you.
Thank you, and very heartening to see the government step up and support civic space and civic freedoms so wholeheartedly. There's obviously a lot of bad news around the world in relation to the status of civil society. So every champion counts, and grateful again to you for hosting the summit. Mr. Schlagenhoff, I'm going to come to you. You mentioned the launch of the Open Government Dashboard, and we're excited to hear more and learn more about how the OGP platform can actually engage much more actively with it and use it towards our shared purpose.
Thank you. Yes, there's been an increasing call from the open government community to have indicators that can measure the impact of open government initiatives on broader policy goals. The OECD, we like to pride ourselves in our approach to policymaking, which is evidence-based. And obviously, if you want to manage a problem, address a problem, you need the ability to measure what you're confronting. And so this is our attempt to respond to that call. And obviously, we've developed it in coordination with OGP. It's designed to give you a snapshot of the measures that governments are taking to foster openness. Openness is one of the best proxies for a healthy democracy. The dashboard gives you general answers to questions about countries' open government agendas, like what policies guide the agenda, but also specific to civic space dimensions, such as which measures are countries taking to combat online hate speech and harassment, which institutions oversee the implementation of access to information laws. I think in practical terms, the dashboard is a website that comprises indicators on different open government topics. The beta version, our present version, includes 55 indicators on the OGP process, citizen participation, transparency, access to information, and of course, the protection of civic space. I think that from our view, for the first time, the dashboard gives the open government and public governance community the possibility to track progress, compare practices, and establish benchmarks on a diverse range of open government topics using data that's been validated by OECD countries. I think most importantly here, I'd like to, as people do take a look at this, emphasize that this is designed to be a living tool. This is something that we'll add more data to over the course of 2022. And we're also really looking for input from people in the civic space, governments, others, and how we can improve it and make it a useful tool in advancing policy objectives.
Thank you. It's something we've been looking forward to, certainly, and would be very enthusiastic to engage with. I'm going to close by just throwing a question out and would invite any of you who have thoughts or inspirations in this regard to respond. The entire framing of the session really is about exploring government and civil society collaboration and partnerships and what we're doing well or where we need to improve. So is there any one inspiration or challenge that particularly strikes you, which we really need to hold on to and take forward as we think about OGP's future work? So maybe I can, Isabel, can I come to you first?
Claro que sí.
Right. So, as you mentioned, we need to expand civic space. And in order to do that, I believe that we need to engage not only the administrative government, but also the legislative body, which is parliament, and also the judicial branch as well. So we need to engage all aspects of the government. And secondly, as was mentioned in the previous session, we need to put more emphasis on what the local governments can do, not just the central government, but the local governments. They need to play a role, because when there are restrictions imposed by the central government, now local governments can open up new kinds of civic space where we can find different and new opportunities. So in that sense, I would like to argue that we need to engage more local governments, and then we can create more space for our citizens. And finally, I'd like to emphasize the importance of open data. And there are various areas where they utilize public data, and also there are civil organization groups, and we need to build a bridge, a better bridge that connects between these different domains.
Thank you. Excellent points and inspirations for us to take forward. Darren, can I come to you?
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, I think we donors can work better in forming mechanisms for investment in civil society with government. Often we have those relationships with government, and we need to really leverage those relationships. I also want to just say, Lisa, that it is easy on any given day to be dejected and depressed about what we're seeing around the world. 331 human rights defenders, civil society leaders were killed in 2020. That's an appalling number, but those lives cannot be lost in vain. We have to, in their honor, to support the work continuing. And so the work of donors must be to support those with courage who are willing and prepared to even give their lives. So we have to support that courage with capital, with real sustained investment. And just listening to this panel, I am deeply inspired and know that my colleagues at the Ford Foundation just want to affirm our support for civil society.
Thank you so much, Darren. Mr. Kyun, would you like to come in?
예, 그 시민사회단체든
Thank you. So Darren already talked about providing resources and support to civil society organizations. So in my comment, I like to mention some specific ways we can engage our citizens. And I think that we need institutionalization and legislation to make sure that citizens are allowed to participate in the public sector decision-making process. Currently, in the public policy making process, they may be involved, but they need to be involved in the implementation stage as well, not just consultation, but also in the process of implementation. And I think we need to open more data.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Schlegenhoff, I'm going to give you the last word.
Thank you very much. I think one thing that's really clear is in this environment, civic space is really under great pressure. We've seen restrictions on freedom of expression in the media, a shrinkage of freedom of association, and targeted repression in some places of civil society. I think that I go back to what I said starting out, our OECD vision statement, which is the need to defend individual liberty, the rule of law, and the defense of human rights. And in that, defend democracy as well. This is the real thing. And I think that civil society has a really key role to play here, particularly if citizens insist that their governments be candid and honest and open with them. I think a lot of the issues we see with protests around the world that are rising is people's lack of faith in what their governments are doing to protect their freedoms and their futures. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think in the fireside chat, Aruna Roy made a comment about solidarity being our best defense against the attacks we face on civic freedoms. And this panel really brings that together because we've heard from different sections of civil society and supporters of civil society on what we can do better. You'll have highlighted some really key challenges in terms of the purpose and the role of civil society really being long-term transformative change, and therefore the operating environment, which includes the laws that support it or the resources that go into strengthening civil society's work, really need to have a similar kind of strength in terms of its long-term vision and transformative outcome. And then finally, I think a lot of elements in terms of the nuances that we will actually need to unpack in the next segment of this discussion, which includes issues of data privacy, how technology is either being used against civil society or can be used to strengthen civic action, and also really the crux really being of how we engage civil society and communities much more strongly in the design, implementation, and review of different mechanisms that we create. So all of the data we're generating, all of the tools we're creating, the laws we're trying to implement, they really need to be powered by the passion and perseverance that we see from grassroots activists on the ground and local civil society across the world. So thank you all very much again for this really inspiring and very exciting conversation. I think it's good to end the year with some ideas and inspirations we can take forward, particularly since it's been a year also of serious challenge in this period and across the period of the pandemic. I look forward to engaging with all of the speakers in the next session as we delve a little more into those insights and try to see what more we can take out in terms of lessons and innovations for the OGP platform. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much to our speakers and our moderator for the discussion. Thousands gathered in Gwanghwamun Square in Korea years ago to protest the previous administration. President Moon invited citizens back to the same square to propose policies that responded to their needs. Many proposals have become policies, and one of them came from third graders at Jeju Jungang Elementary School. This is their story.
제가 지식을 가르쳐 줄 때 그저 글 속에만 존재하던 지식이 아이들에게 들어갔을 때 저는 아이들에게 환경 문제에 대해서 꾸준히 교육하는 것이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각하는데요. 아이들이 이러한 무거운 문제를 이해하지 못한다는 것은 굉장한 오해라고 생각합니다. 한국에서는 냉동식품에 대한 배송 문화가 매우 활발하게 발달되어 있는데요. 이렇게 배달되어 온
The disposal rice packs that accompany these deliveries often end up underground and end up back in our water supply.
저희가 제안한
So, in order to make a real change, we submitted our idea to the national government.
현재 온라인 광화문 일반가는
Currently, Gwanghwamun government platform is a representative platform with more than 530,000 members in just 2 years and 10 months. People of various classes and ages are participating through this online and offline channels. One of the best examples so far was a proposal related to recycling ice packs.
학생들이 한 제안인데요.
This was proposed by third graders at Jeju Jungang Elementary School.
그 노력들이 이어져
Our efforts also resulted in an invitation to the Government Innovation Expo. Our students got a chance to interview the minister And when the idea was implemented in real life, we were all moved tremendously. The important thing is that the administration
현장에서 이제 집행이 되고
knows what the people really want and listens to the opinions of the people.
예.
Our next panel will place a spotlight on country action and hope governments and civil society actors face civic space challenges and pushback. The following speakers will join us for this session. Introducing them, Doug Rutson, the Executive Director of the International Center for Not-for-Profit Law and OGP Steering Committee member. Next is Eliza Peter, the Executive Director of Publish What You Pay and OGP Steering Committee member. Adrián Alcalá Méndez, Commissioner of the National Institute for Transparency, Access to Information, and Personal Data Protection in Mexico. Rommi Mom, Honorable Commissioner for Human Rights of the Police Service Commission in Nigeria. Sarah Castell, Chief Executive Officer of Involve, and Kwon Oh-hyun, member of the Korean Open Government Forum. And last but not least, Lisa John will be moderating this session. Hello and welcome. You are connected.
Thank you for joining us in this second iteration of the discussion we've had earlier in terms of really framing the trends, opportunities, and challenges for inclusive civic space and civil society. I'm really pleased to have all of you here, and so we do justice to each of your experiences and insights. I'm going to call on you in pairs so that we really have the ability to kind of exchange a little bit of information based on where you come from, and also address some pointed questions which also build on the conversation that we've had earlier. So very happy to invite two of my colleagues from the steering committee of the Open Government Partnership, Doug and Eliza first. Thank you for being here. And Eliza, I was particularly excited when Samantha Power mentioned the examples from the extractive activists dealing with the extractive industry, and we're looking forward to hear more about what you will say on this issue. But to begin with, Doug, you're someone who's really scanned and really has a lot of knowledge about how civic space is evolving and what kind of actions and mitigation measures are really evolving as well across the world. And ICNL has been doing fantastic work and really providing a lot of thought leadership in this regard. So some of the earlier speakers, pointed to the disproportionate use of emergency powers. I was particularly interested actually in the comments that Isabel had made about the attacks on peaceful protesters, for instance. And it's interesting to note that, we have around 48 countries in the OGP platform who've made commitments in relation to civic freedoms, but only 5% of those commitments are actually related to the freedom of peaceful assembly. So what can we do better in order to really understand the impact of how emergency powers and laws have been used in this period? And what should we be doing more of in order to strengthen civil society, especially at the national level, and build on some positive examples maybe of how civic space is being strengthened?
Well, thanks, Lisa, and I thank OGP for organizing this session. You're right, emergency measures spread faster than the virus itself. And some measures were adopted so quickly that legislatures and citizens had no time to analyze them at all. And I understand pandemics pose a fundamental challenge for democracy. There's this need for decisive action, but then we take democratic shortcuts and we don't have participation or oversight. And as a result, many measures undermined open and accountable governance. Some gave the executive branch vast power, undermining democratic checks and balances. And others allowed governments to repurpose COVID apps to surveil their citizens. As you mentioned, Lisa, in some countries, governments also used COVID as a pretext to ban assemblies by social movements, but curiously, they allowed pro-government rallies to proceed. So in too many countries, pandemic responses have been used to lock down democracy and quarantine civil society. And while many are cast as short-term responses, they cause long-term harm. We have to look no further than 9/11, where emergency powers seeped into the legal framework and became permanent. And we find this to be the case with almost all threats that don't have a natural expiration date, whether terrorism or now a pandemic. So you asked, how do we ensure democratic health while responding to a crisis? I mentioned this last week at the Summit for Democracies, 3 Ps. 1, prevention. Let's prevent further harm from emergency measures. In the coming months, governments should engage with legislatures, civil society, and others to review pandemic responses. But let's also review the overall framework for emergency powers. These can be easily misused by authoritarians who come to power or who seek to return to power. 2, promotion of OGP principles. There are plans for a pandemic treaty, a global health threats council, and a $10 billion financing mechanism. Lisa, you know this from COP26 and other international initiatives. We must try to embed participation, transparency, and accountability into the international architecture. 3, preparedness. During the pandemic, nearly 35 parliaments suspended sessions, over 75 democracies limited court operations. Let's develop emergency preparedness plans so democratic institutions can stay open the next time we have a crisis. So 3 Ps, prevent harm, promote OGP principles, and prepare for the next emergency. And how do we concretely move that forward? OGP is launching a civic space peer learning network. We know that members across the partnership have valuable experience to share, and we encourage every OGP government to consider joining the network. So just a few ideas to kick off the conversation.
Thank you, and there'll be time to go back into some of the points you've raised. I'm particularly interested actually in what you mentioned about the need for parliamentary oversight, but also much stronger mechanisms for civic and democratic oversight. And it would be great to hear more examples of how that's happening and where that can be strengthened across the world. But coming to you, Elisa, what inspirations and examples do you have from your work at Publish What You Pay that we can learn from and draw on in terms of how the pushback against regressive governments or the repression of civic space and civil society can be organized?
Thanks, Lisa, and it's a pleasure to be with you all today. So just to start, I wanted to say that Publish What You Pay is not a human rights or civic space organization. We've had to pivot to these issues, and we're a part of this conversation today because restrictions to civic space have become one of the main obstacles to achieving our mission, which is to make the oil, gas, and mining sector more open and accountable. There are 65 resource-rich countries in the world, meaning countries whose economies are heavily reliant on the exploitation of natural resources. We work in most of these countries, and many of them are OGP countries. Yet, according to the latest Civicus Monitor, only 3 out of those 65 countries have open civic space. So for us, as grassroots activists fighting corruption in those countries, we bear the brunt of that closed space for civic action. Around 40% of the attacks against activists that are tracked by the Business and Human Rights Resource Center globally are linked to the extractives industries. And in particular, one new trend we're seeing is the increasing use of strategic lawsuits against public participation, SLAPs. Today, over a third of those strategic lawsuits in the world are initiated by mining companies against communities, individuals, journalists, or organizations that either oppose mining projects or raise concerns about their negative impacts. So how do we fight back? So Publish What You Pay is working to both counteract the repression of civic space and to widen the space for meaningful participation. We mobilize when our members are under attack to secure their release from prison or to put practical security and support measures in place. We also championed civic space at international forums like the EITI, as mentioned earlier by Samantha Power, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, to ensure that participation is understood in a way that takes into account this broader civic space situation. So on that note, all eyes are on the EITI at the moment for the result of the assessment of the Philippines. This country, as you know, Lisa, was recently downgraded by the Civicus Monitor from obstructed to repressed. And the question is whether the EITI will recognize the chilling effect that attacks have on activists trying to advance resource governance. But civic space isn't just about not attacking your critics, it's about listening and responding to them. So while we push back forcefully against the rising attacks, we also push for reforms to ensure meaningful public participation and inclusion. For instance, through the co-creation and implementation of ambitious OGP commitments on these issues. Thanks.
Thank you. And because you've mentioned the Philippines, I'm reminded of the very powerful speech that Maria Ressa, the Nobel Prize winner, Peace Prize winner, gave earlier this week. And really reinforcing the message that we heard earlier about the role of civil society really speaking truth to power. And the more repression we face, the more we need to connect together, collaborate, coordinate, and stand up to defend the values that are so important to our societies. But Doug, coming back to you, would you like to speak a little more about the elements of oversight? I mentioned parliamentary oversight and democratic oversight, but I'm also reminded that we had a comment about the importance of local governments in the last discussion. So, who are these allies that we can actually bring together and work together more closely with when we talk about the force that comes together to defend civic and democratic freedoms?
Lisa, it's a nice question. So essentially during a crisis, there's this impulse to centralize power. And I understand it. You want to expand power, you want to centralize power, and you want to act quickly. But what we find is that over time, you need to figure out a way that you can have a more participatory, inclusive, and accountable system. And we found that there are good practices among OGP members. Some, for example, involve civil society in their COVID-19 pandemic response policy committees. So actually integrated them directly into the response committees. Others have organized what they call lockdown dialogues, and they held hundreds of consultations around the country, engaging with citizens to hear directly what's their experience with the pandemic responses, and what could the government be doing better. There's also an issue of oversight around sunset provisions, that in some countries, they've actually put in provisions saying that the emergency powers will expire after a certain period of time. It goes back to ancient Roman law. The word dictator comes from the time of a crisis in Rome, where they would appoint a dictator for 6 months, but the dictator was expected to relinquish power after that time. So we see countries that actually build in sunset provisions, and then they have the legislative branch engage in oversight. So there's lots of good practice out there. I think through the peer learning network, we might be able to share and scale those good practices.
Thank you, Doug. And Elisa, I think you made the really important point of how civic space is actually not something that lives in isolation. It's something that underpins and underscores the activism that we see across issues and themes and sectors. So the extractive industry is one, or activists, dealing with the extractive industry is one aspect of it, but it really makes the case for how the language of civic and democratic freedoms really needs to be embraced much more strongly across sections of civil society. And we need to be doing a much better job of breaking the silos in terms of the work that we do and making a stronger case, especially for the leadership of traditionally excluded communities who are affected by systemic or structural discrimination, in championing and leading, the advancement of civic and democratic freedom. So are there more examples from the work that you do that we can take away from in terms of making that connection and ensuring that the discourse on civic space doesn't remain a global technical kind of dialogue, but is really something that is brought to life by the actions, by the power and the persuasion that we see on the ground.
Thanks, Lisa. And yes, for our members who Publish What You Pay is a global movement of 1,000 member organizations, very grassroots groups that are trying to make the extractive sector more accountable and more open. So civic space is a lived reality for so many of our members. It's not an abstract notion at all. It means if and how we take risks to speak truth to power. A lot of people have mentioned earlier the importance and the fundamental role of civil society to speak truth to power, to hold governments and companies accountable, to claim their rights. But there's real dangers in doing that. So how can we make sure that we together as civil society actors in the context of OGP protect that space and empower those voices to be heard by the powers to be? For me, and I think that's for all of us here on this panel today, unless we make progress on this fundamental ingredient of open government that is civic space, we won't be able to achieve the transformational impact and the full potential of OGP. This is so much at the center of everything that open government is. And just to quote a colleague of mine the other day, was saying, Publish What You Pay is at the roots of the movement is a call for transparency. But transparency can only lead to accountability if there is civic space. So if you will, transparency is like a seed that you plant in the earth, and that earth is civic space. And if the earth is well tilled and fertile, then that transparency, access to information, disclosure of data will eventually lead to accountability. But if you put that seed of transparency in an unfertile ground, in closed space, it will never lead to transformative government in the extractive sector or beyond. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And that actually provides the perfect opportunity to shift to the next pair of speakers. And I'm particularly excited about this interaction because we have not one, but two commissioners from two different countries together. And we're looking forward to really understand both the challenges and the opportunities of the experiences you've had in leveraging the OGP platform to really push forward and make practical the idea of government and civil society partnership and collaboration. So I'm going to come first to you, Adrian, and thank you for joining us here. You've got an extensive background and experience in understanding violations to data privacy, in understanding issues of access to information and privacy. And more recently, in the period of the pandemic, the Pegasus scandal has really been something that shocked all of us. And you've been, part of framing a response to how we can deal with the issues that it exposed better. The National Institute has actually been involved in developing an OGP commitment on democratic controls to state surveillance. Can you help us unpack what that means? It's a lot of big words, and we're really looking forward to see how the OGP community can learn better about how we address the challenges of technology and surveillance better through the collaboration of civil society and government.
Claro, gracias, Lisa. Muy buenos días.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair and moderator. It is morning right now in Mexico, and it is, I understand, it's late at night in the Republic of Korea. As has been mentioned by one of my other colleagues, Isabel, in the other panel discussion, one of the issues right now in Mexico is the Pegasus scandal. In fact, about 17 research institutes participated in this, and the New York Times was also involved, where the software was used in this particular case. And It was used for personal individual surveillance, that we were able to see that different pieces of software were being manipulated and used illicitly to try to engage in individual surveillance, which is why that this government was trying to engage in illicit surveillance of individuals, private individuals, and that was the thrust of the scandal. So that is why we feel that this was a huge threat to procurement and in surveillance. And when in Open Government Partnership, I believe in 2013 or so, dealt with this issue regarding illegal surveillance and surveillance regarding means of technology. And I believe that we had discussed a theme at the time, and I remember that there were working groups set up to discuss this topic, and there were some people who said that they would no longer participate in this working groups. There is a Mexican organization called INAI, and this INAI organization has been working in three-party consultations with the government to try to ask for a crackdown on all illegal surveillance. Therefore, regarding the different capacities of the different stakeholders involved, we try to engage in exchange to try to see what each of us can bring to the table regarding our own competencies. And we also try to work together to try to solve this issue. Since 2017, in order to solve many different illicit surveillance means, we have continued to engage in a series of discussions, and one of them was to enhance transparency. When we say enhancing transparency, this is something that international organizations can obviously engage in, but the federal government of Mexico can also work very hard on, because enhancing transparency is really at the heart of all illegal activities, especially with illegal surveillance. It's a very strong tool to ward against this kind of surveillance activities. INAI, the organization that I mentioned before, have worked together with relevant organizations to try to enhance transparency in Mexico. And this was the countermeasure to Pegasus scandal that I mentioned before. And INAI at the time have as the audit service, the National Audit Service, to reveal to us, to give us access to information regarding all government procurement contracts, especially those information related to the Pegasus scandal. So we asked the National Audit Board, the National Audit Service, to provide us with this kind of information to try to see whether the National Audit Service did its job properly.
Thank you. That's extremely useful, and I'm going to come back to you with a question after when we open up for discussion really on the role of business and how we're able to strengthen our ability to regulate their intervention in illegal surveillance, like you've mentioned, and you talked about the tripartite partnership, and we've talked a lot about the government and civil society collaboration, but it would be great to understand more about how business is both a partner, but also, a recipient of the oversight and accountability that we're talking about. But coming to you, Commissioner Romy, thank you for joining us. You've been in the very difficult position of framing an actual instance of, engagement and dialogue in a very difficult situation. The issue of police brutality and the need for stronger oversight over law enforcement agencies has really, made headlines across the world. And you've been in the position where, in the aftermath of the NSAS protest, you've used the OGP forum and platform to build a level of dialogue between civil society and government. There have been certain commitments that have been made as part of the OGP forum to help strengthen police accountability and the support that they can provide to the exercise of civic freedoms, and particularly in the context of protests. So we're very keen to hear about your own experience, but also the challenges and kind of inspirations we should be taking forward, particularly in the implementation of some of these commitments. And we know that it's been a difficult path. There's been an intention, but there's a lot more that needs to be done in terms of really getting different stakeholders together and ensuring that the implementation happens in the spirit in which the commitment was created. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And like you rightly noted, when these things happen, the protests and brutality and all of that, the important thing is how citizens and government come together to find paths towards a better situation going forward. And the case of Nigeria is no different. Post the NSAS protest, which was as a result of police brutality and all of that, there was a need to sit down and government and citizens try to find a way forward in terms of a brighter future with more accountability, expand the civic space and all of that towards neutralizing or reducing the possibility of such happening. And the OGP was a very good platform to further this. So citizens and government came together, co-created some activities under Commitment 13, which specifically deals with the issue of the civic space. And some of the activities are very germane. Like, for example, the first is to see how the oversight body can be strengthened to really go in there and demand accountability, transparency, and all of that in the civic space when it comes to police and all of that. Now, this is very necessary because when the civic space is tightened or when persons suffer violations of their rights and all of that, and accountability is not key, it's a motivation for more of that to happen. And so a legislation was proposed to the National Assembly, which is the parliament, in trying to see how the Police Service Commission, which is the oversight body of the police, will be strengthened in terms of trying to expand its geographic location, not just in the federal city, in the federal capital city, but all across the country, the regions and the grassroots where this brutality most often happen, how the Police Service Commission can be equipped, how it can be funded and all of that so as to effectively address this. Before now, it was an appearance of an accountability body, but in terms of the presence and the issues where we co-created the activities towards addressing, it fell well below the mark. It is interesting to know that this is now on. Parliament is working on the law, as I said. The bill has passed the second reading, and we are hoping that sooner than later that will be passed and we begin to look at implementation. Key also is the fact that another activity like the visitation to police stations by the Police Service Commission and CSOs, go together, go into detention centers, police stations, and look at how citizens' rights, even in detention, are being respected, and see how the police on a day-to-day carry out its activities. So there are, for example, civil society desks at police stations, detention centers, and all of that to monitor who comes in and who goes and for what reason, so that we can have some sort of data to not only feed into possible review and policies, but also actions and interventions that are tailored and strategic, pinpointed to this action. Another very interesting thing that came out from the citizens and government sitting together in trying to address this issue in some form of co-creation is the fact that the National Human Rights Commission, which is the ombudsman, the body in Nigeria, alongside the Police Service Commission, and very importantly, citizens groups will hold quarterly dialogues to speak to the issues. These issues are dynamic. What is going on? How do we go about it? And all of that. One of the issues that came out from the NSAS protest was the utter lack of communication, platforms or mechanisms. Communication is not just about throwing out information there, it's about feedback mechanism. where you speak and hear each other and together come to a situation and a platform where you can look at going forward how to address these matters. So now you have the National Human Rights Commission, the Police Service Commission, and citizens groups holding quarterly dialogues and trying to speak through the issues. Because one of the biggest challenges that was there before was the fact that trust is completely, so to speak, not there, it's eroded owing to the past experiences between the police and citizens. And so these quarterly dialogues are helping to not just instill trust, but also open up channels of communication so that where trust is lacking, the issues can be addressed. So like I started by saying, the protests that came into the country as a result of the tightening of the civic space, police brutality and all of that has incidentally bet some actions that hopefully will resolve the situations. And going forward, if implementation comes and implementation is on the table, then we will say that for truth, we are making progress. But again, let me note this issue. Implementation is key. So we're not just talking about the frameworks or the policies and the laws, but implementation. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you. And we're very grateful, of course, for your leadership in trying to find a way to establish that trust and dialogue in a very difficult time. The NSAS protest, I mean, we've marked a year since that happened earlier, and it was a really key and triggering moment, not just for civil society in Nigeria, but for civil society across the world, and especially civil society on this continent. So I think we really do see that, the opportunity for leadership that comes from individuals like yourself, but also from institutions like the oversight bodies you've mentioned is so key. And if we have time for a follow-up question, I'd love to hear more about how we can do more to strengthen our relationship with such oversight bodies as the National Human Rights Commission or the Police Service Commission, because that tends to be an afterthought in a lot of the work that we do on open governance and civic freedoms. And maybe we should be investing more energy in building those relationships. But Adrian, coming back to you, is there something you can tell us about how we could better monitor and engage businesses or the private sector in the role that they play in relation to illegal surveillance?
Thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to provide some closing remarks to my comments. In Mexico, regarding OGP, the civil society participated in the procurement of security software programs. We engaged in open dialogue and interactions with one another in terms of procuring the right to security software programs. And in that process, we're able to see how dialogue between the public sector and the civil society was really instrumental in trying to bring about improvements in the internal decision-making process. And I think that this had an impact on improving accountability and, of course, transparency. INAI, the National Transparency Research Institute, takes this very seriously, and going forward, we will continue to try to achieve the ideology behind OGP and continue to work on building on its values. We will continue to try to enhance access to the government, protect personal data, and make sure that this is done in a constitutional way. Make sure that more people can have access to information, and going forward, we'll continue to work on these issues. Furthermore, this morning, if you look at what the president has said, I think that goes back to his remarks on November 19th, where he said that for all public infrastructure related projects, that our country is going to work on improving transparency. In that process, if there is a problem, then we at INAI, our research institution, can bring a complaint all the way up to the constitutional courts. And this kind of complaint mechanism will be built into this system so that the citizens can have access to important and necessary information. By doing so, we can empower more citizens. And to do so, we can engage in more trust building, and that will ultimately be brought by dialogue. And this is something that has to be done in a horizontal manner, not in any vertical fashion, where we will all be on equal footing. And this is something that I wanted to emphasize, that citizen participation and citizens' rights will be further promoted through this kind of efforts, especially right now in a situation where democracy is very much under threat, that we have to engage in these kinds of efforts. Furthermore, the citizens must participate and work on this together, and also work on creative problem solving. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations for the excellent work that INA is doing. We continue to draw on many of your insights and lessons, and I know there's a further struggle, even in the context of Mexico, to defend access to information, and the right to data privacy. So as the OGP community, we really look forward to weighing in on the work that you do and supporting your efforts. So Commissioner Romy, I'm going to hand it over to you for a few closing remarks in this section of the discussion, and then we'll move on to the next pair of speakers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lisa. I just want to say one thing about when we talk about laws, policies, and all of that. I'll go back to the issue of implementation. It would be wonderful, for example, if we, in terms of co-creating and in the spirit of the OGP, working together in governance and all of that, also begin to work with oversight agencies of laws and all of that in terms of implementation. How do we come together as society groups and government to implement and see to the activation of laws that are meant, whether in oversighting of agencies or whether in implementation towards certain goals and aspirations of the people. And I think this is where most of the times we have gaps in terms of the fact that we come together to co-create things, to say we've done this together, and then we leave it at that. But the issue is, especially in the African continent and in most parts of the world, it's about how to activate and implement these laws. That's what is critical. And I think we should move the issue of working together, building together, to implementing together. So for me, that is key. How do we begin to bring the issue of co-creation into also co-implementation? That for me is food for thought, and I would want maybe going forward for us to think through that carefully in the years ahead as we, bring government and citizens to work together in government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both of you for some very important challenges and insights. And luckily, the next two speakers we have in this discussion are the experts on implementation and co-creation. So we're closing off really nicely on this discussion, and I'm very pleased to have both of you here, Sarah Castell and Kuan Oyon. Am I saying your name correctly? And both of you come with immense experience on really making, public participation and inclusive democracy practical, and both from the point of view of citizens' assembly. Sarah, you're quite, you have a lot of experience and leadership in that. And Kuan, you're coming in with the whole idea of how technology can actually help increase citizen engagement and ensure that our governments and our democracies are much stronger because of the participation that communities bring. In fact, I have a comment from Lisa Peter, who was one of our earlier panelists, really talking about how this also links in with the whole issue of energy transition and climate justice, and the leadership then of the most affected communities, which are usually the last or the least heard in a lot of decision-making processes, has to be key, and we will really not achieve the kind of open governance reforms that we aspire to if we can't bring that leadership and make it central to all of our decision-making processes. So Sarah, coming first to you, what advice do you have for the OGP community in relation to developing and kind of really unleashing the power of citizen assemblies in all parts of the world that we work, and what are those key elements or values or principles that we really need to take away with us when we're looking at forms of co-creation and participation.
Thank you, Lisa, and hello, everybody. So Involve is the UK's public participation charity. So as Lisa said, this is what we do all the time. We work for a more robust, more innovative democracy, and we try and put into practice some of those democratic interventions and innovations that will help us get there. And so we do a lot of work around citizens' juries, citizens' assemblies, and I think it's very exciting that it's becoming more recognised, the role that they're playing in bolstering civic space and in creating very practical, constructive ways to link reformers in government with civil society and with the communities, as Elisa's comments shows, with the communities that are particularly affected by change, by transition, and by the move to a sort of hopefully more equitable society. So we heard Jeffrey speaking earlier about the inspiring new Civic Space Observatory. The OECD has also released an amazing report, Catching the Deliberative Wave, last year, and that really shows, I think, how those deliberative processes like citizens' juries and assemblies have seen such rapid growth, and also helps us think about how that they can counter the polarization which is shrinking our civic space. Again, thinking back to earlier, Ambassador Powers said, we really need to scaffold and support government reformers from within. And I think citizens' assemblies particularly have a number of built-in features that help us do that. And if we do them right, they can demonstrate that citizens work together on issues that are divisive. So rather than having more polarization, more adversarial communications, we can bring people together. And the evidence is that when you bring people together, they tend to have a much more common ground than perhaps they would have in different circumstances. So citizens' assemblies, focusing on them particularly, they have relatively small numbers of citizens who collectively reflect the wider demography of their society. And of course, that's not the only way that you can bring citizens together, because sometimes, of course, you have to overemphasize marginalized voices and you have to overrepresent groups who are particularly affected. But it is pretty powerful to have a reflective group of people from a microcosm of society deliberating for quite a long time, usually 2 days, often substantially longer, 6, 8, 10 days of deliberation, and bringing in that expertise and evidence from so many different sources. That's critical as well to an effective deliberative process, focusing on complex, controversial policy questions, and helping us, I guess, think about not just what pieces of information we bring to bear, but on how the whole information environment around a debate is structured. The stories that government would like to tell, the stories that civil society would like to tell, the stories that corporate interests would like to tell as well, about what world we want to live in, what kind of policies and practices we want to have, how and the citizens' assembly process, I think, shows us how to link the lived experience of people with expertise and policy and practice. I think citizens' assemblies work very well when they're focused on the future as well, because that enables us to think about the conditions that would make the future better for democracy. There's a very interesting citizens' assembly happening at the moment, the Conference on the Future of Europe in the EU, and that the recommendations are being published sort of as we watch. And things like media pluralism, protecting media pluralism, is coming out as a recommendation. So that's not just about the specific governance of Europe, but it's about the conditions which will create stronger democracy.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't want you to finish. In fact, Sarah, the issues you're talking about are very close to my heart, and I have a more difficult question for you as a result. Aruna Roy spoke to us at the beginning of this closing plenary, and one of the things that, one of the many things that MKSS has done to really inspire the rest of the world is the Jansunwise, and therefore the concept of civic assemblies or citizen assemblies, and the fact that you need more scaled up mechanisms for communities that are generally not heard to be heard in decision making is something that's really gripped the imagination of civil society across the world. We celebrated the 75th year of the UN last year, and one of the key ideas that has come out of there is the idea of a World Citizens Initiative, which is really taking the idea of the Citizen Assembly and seeing how it works at a global scale. So when we come back, I'd really like to get your thoughts on how we can make this something that's also non-negotiable for international or multilateral institutions, and where we can then use the energy that the OGP community brings to really connect the local and the global engagement on citizen assemblies. But I'll give you a few moments to think about that while we move to Kuan. And Kuan, there's been a lot of discussion about surveillance, about kind of illegal forms of violations on data privacy. But you're kind of the ray of hope that also has been talking about how technology can be used to accelerate civic freedoms and citizen participation. So what inspirations do you have for us in this regard, and where can we then really strike the balance between the negative role that we've seen technology playing, especially in relation to human rights defenders, and really amplify much more of the positive and empowering role that it can and should play in defending civic and democratic freedoms?
네, 먼저 이렇게
First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I'm very happy to be able to listen to all these wonderful activists. And let me explain the situation in Korea. With the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, there have been many citizens who were willing to use technology for the benefit of the entire society. And as for me, I am working for an organization called Code for Korea. And when this mask shortage problem happened, we made a proposal, a policy proposal to the Gwanghamun platform, to the government, and we created an application, a smartphone application. And it took only 5 days for us to develop this application by getting access to public data. And we have so far seen that more than 150 people participated, including middle school students. So this process was a rather extraordinary experience. It was as if all these citizens were celebrating in a festivity in creating this smartphone application for masks during this COVID-19 pandemic. And the citizens were very happy and they felt rewarded that they got to work with the government and they got to make contribution to entire society. And they felt that they had the sense of citizenship. And even middle school students were able to have this experience. And now hundreds of these people could see that many people are using this smartphone application to purchase masks. And they now feel very rewarded because what they did was very helpful for citizens' welfare. Now, in Korea, we not only have smartphone applications for COVID-19 situation, but also there's a growing awareness that it is not just up to the government to deal with social issues and environmental issues such as climate crisis, because there are a lot of things that citizens can do. So many individual citizens would see if there's any public data that they can utilize for useful application. And I think there are a lot of policy proposals submitted by ordinary citizens. And so this has been a very positive change. Now citizens believe that they can make positive contribution. And they think that they can talk to the government, they can work with the government, and also they can utilize this public participation platform that has been provided by the government, and public data, which has been made available, has been utilized. And I think this is a very important learning experience for all these citizens in Korea.
Thank you so much, Kuan. I'm very aware it's past 10 p.m. for you, and thank you for staying on and still bringing all of your energy and ideas to this forum. You talked about the engagement of students, and maybe that's the question I'd like to bring back to you after we've spoken to Sarah, really, because it is young people, and particularly not just youth, but also young people below the age of 18 who are children, who are driving a lot of the energy we're seeing for democratic struggles and struggles for civic freedoms, but also much larger social justice and climate justice transformations across the world. So the one of the opportunities we have through the use of technology is really to engage the next generation of civic leaders. And it would be great to hear from you when we close out, what more we should be doing, particularly as the OGP community. I'm very aware that we seem to be a community of citizens who are leading towards the senior side of the age group. What more we can do to really engage this new generation of activists, this new generation of citizens, this new generation of community leaders that really will be the ones to power the future struggles for civic and democratic freedoms. But Sarah, coming back to you, I'm looking forward to what you have to say in terms of scaling up and amplifying the use of citizen assemblies.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk about young people as well, because I think it's the same. There's useful parallels. I'm very interested in how we connect the local and the global. And I know just on the UK basis, we're seeing in the net zero space, in the climate space, very, very hyper local deliberative processes which are linking together the big principles around how we reach net zero with what's this actually going to mean in a very local setting. And I think there's lots of tools like participatory budgeting and those kind of very practical tools that you can bring into the processes that make them relevant for to taking the big picture down to the local level. So I think we're going to see a lot more of that, and also then that means you can draw in the power of local government and of local activism to make changes that people can actually see in their everyday lives. And then I think there is absolutely potential then to use technology, as we've just been hearing, to scale that up to an absolute global level, and to use all sorts of processes I think that haven't even been developed yet to bring together different people. I mean, we are seeing global level citizens assemblies on issues like for COP26 or on things like genomics, which are going to affect everyone in the world. And there are challenges around different places with different kind of governance regimes, and the way that recommendations can actually be taken forward in any globally meaningful way. But I think if you can have a globally meaningful discussion and then a locally relevant implementation discussion, that should be a very exciting way of using these techniques to build a kind of credible global activist platform, if you like.
Thank you. And you mentioned all sorts of processes that need to be developed to strengthen participation. So when you form a group to think that through, please include me, because that's where I really I think I'm most excited, and that's the journey that Civicus also will be taking in terms of really strengthening public participation with civic and democratic freedoms. So Kuan, coming back to you, any last words for us? I mean, it's always challenging to be the last speakers in a panel because you have the worst side of the time crunch. But I think both of you have done such a fantastic job of ending this discussion on a very high and optimistic and forward-looking note. So last words to you, and then I'll hand back to the MC.
네, 청년 문제나
Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to talk about the role of the youth and the younger generation going forward. Korea has announced a net zero target, and I was actually involved in the carbon neutrality committee. And there was another scenario proposed by the youth that was included in our discussion. I believe that we need to listen to the voices of the younger generation, and I think we need to give them more opportunities, and that's what the older generation has to do. And as I've been working in the area of public data for 10 years, and I think things have changed over these 10 years. And now younger people, they are very good at designing, they're very good at developing programs, and they're very successful and familiar with technology. And next year and tomorrow, there will be the Youth Summit that is a specially organized session for the Global Summit this year. As I've been working as a civic hacker, I often meet with middle school and high school students. And this entire process of engaging them, I feel younger when I work with these teenagers, and I see their enthusiasm and passion. And it's not just a matter of helping these young people, but rather getting their help in achieving what we need to achieve. And gradually there will be a natural transition of leadership from our generation to the next generation. So in that sense, I think it is wonderful that we get to work with the younger people, and it is very exciting. And in this process, there will be a natural transition of leadership from our generation to the next generation. And also there's a lot that we can learn from the young people. So I think that will be the approach that we need.
Thank you so much, Kuan. I've never heard the term civic hacker being used before, but I'm going to try my best to ensure it's on my visiting card by next year. So thank you very much for this really uplifting end to this discussion. Thanks to all of our speakers. It's been a long but very enriching conversation. And of course, a special thanks to our colleagues from the OGP support unit for really bringing this together in such an excellent way. With that, I'm going to hand back to the MC.
Yes, I would like to thank you once again and everyone here tonight. We are grateful to our moderator, Lisa John, and to our speakers who have generously shared their time and insights during this event. Thank you to our attendees as well who have listened and participated during the discussion. The 2021 OGP Global Summit has prepared a great lineup of activities for the next few days. For more information, please visit our summit website at www.ogpsummit.org and click on the interactive agenda. And we look forward to seeing you in other thematic plenaries, regional breakout sessions, and community dialogues. Okay, before we bring the event to a close, I would like to introduce Mark Malloch Brown, who will be delivering his closing address, the president of the Open Society Foundations, which is the world's largest private funder of independent groups working for justice, democratic governance, and human rights, also working closely with partners to defend against global authoritarianism. So here is his closing remarks.
Well, thank you, and many thanks to the OGP Secretariat and Jennifer Clyde, and to the government of Korea, and to the many US government officials, notably Samantha Power and others who participated in these discussions and championed these issues. And let me just first say it really is commendable and fantastic that Korea has chosen to prioritize safeguarding civic space as a real theme, a priority theme of the summit this year. It's not without political will and courage to do this, because 68% of the world, according to Freedom House, now live in autocracies of some kind where civic space is not respected. We have to recognize that we are becoming a minority in the world today, those of us who champion the values of democracy. And I think it's right, therefore, that the OGP, which in a way began its mission by looking at the mechanics of government, now looks more widely to the mission of government itself. Government is not about efficiency and transparency or even about elections alone. It is about full citizen participation, that the voice of citizens is heard, respected and responded to by government. And, I think we're aware that even where there is a full democracy, for example, in the last year or so, we've seen the demonstrations of young people, often not old enough for the vote, but deeply frustrated that their voices on climate change are not being heard by their elders. So, there is a flaw in all our eyes, democracies or not, in terms of the kind of governments we have that listen properly to the views of their citizens. And I think there are patterns emerging which may be particularly acute in the authoritarian end of the spectrum, but are not missing, I'm sorry to say, at the more democratic end, of a undermining and constraining of media, of a limiting of expression and dissent, of vilifying and undermining people's movements and civil society, labeling them terrorists or anti-national. Particularly during COVID, we've seen the sweeping enactment of emergency powers and the expansion of surveillance, the rise of the surveillance state in so many parts of the world, and the attacks, particularly acutely for an organization like ourselves, a global funder of human rights and democracy, on independent funding. So, turning to the immediate COVID issue, we've seen 100 countries plus that have declared states of emergency, and many with no clear end date. And 58 of those have had measures that have affected freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and measures affecting the right to privacy. So the threats to freedom are pervasive, both created by events now around COVID, but COVID in a sense serving as an accelerator or an excuse for longer term, more damaging trends in our society, so that we see that 40 countries have now adopted new far-reaching surveillance powers or new tracking systems and tracing systems, some perfectly legitimately in the pursuit of public health security, but others allowing the systems to go much further and intrude, in the privacy and data protection rights, of their citizens. So what you have been discussing today and what this summit needs to advance, is putting civic space atop the agenda of the summit. We welcome the launch of an OGP civic space learning network. And I think already in the discussion I've just been privileged to listen to, we're hearing many of the approaches that can be taken to address this. And, we heard that the US announced a 1.5 million increase in its annual contribution to the Lifeline Fund for embattled civil society organizations during the just completed Summit for Democracies. And we are supporters of that too, because it seems to us that we have to help human rights defenders. It's, if you like, a defensive strategy, but only if human rights defenders have some assurance of some support when life is difficult and when they are face the threat of persecution, only then can we give them the license and the, if you like, courage to really step up and step forward to defend societies, to defend open space in their societies. So, we would appeal to other governments and other organizations to join us at Lifeline and to give us human rights defenders the support they need. So in conclusion, at this moment when the world is still struggling to emerge from the COVID pandemic, when half the world is vaccinated and half is not, producing a huge damaging inequity, a source of disgruntlement, despair, betrayal, which could affect our politics for years to come. We need the Open Government Partnership to push big and bold ideas for member countries to adopt. And once leaders begin responding to the true scale and scope of the crisis of COVID and economic recovery that we face today, with ideas that match the moment in scale and ambition. And to do that, they need to hear the voices of their citizens, and not just their own citizens, but the citizens of developing countries. Their voice needs to be heard in donor capitals as well, because we need not national democracy, but we need a global democracy where there is justice and equity, because while democracy may begin at home, it is in its global expression that we really build a just society, a global society which respects all our rights for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the inspirational closing address, Mr. Malak Brown, and to the Open Society Foundations for the very valuable work they do to strengthen civic space and support civil society. I would like to remind you once again that this brings us to an end to today's event, but please look forward to other thematic plenaries, regional breakout sessions, and community dialogues. We will close the opening plenary for the 2021 OGP Global Summit with a video. Thank you, everyone.
SAI Philippines' vision is a world where citizens are active partners in improving good governance. The Citizen Participatory Audit is the Commission on Audit's response to its vision and to the call for open government, where citizens participate in enhancing good governance. It is a mechanism of constructive engagement between citizens and government in conducting public audits and capacity building activities to uphold the people's primordial right to a clean government and the prudent utilization of public resources. The Citizen Participatory Audit is founded on the premise that public accountability can prosper only with a vigilant and involved citizenry. Among the many citizen participatory audit engagements are the multi-billion peso Kamanava Flood Control Project, which involved 13 flood control structures meant to mitigate flooding in northern Metro Manila. The Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Funds and the local government units' performance in their response to natural calamities and man-made disasters. Farm-to-market roads where compliance with specifications and the selection of locations were validated through a geotagging tool. Solid waste management program where the implementation of proper waste segregation and disposal was validated, including the level of satisfaction of residents on the overall cleanliness of their communities. The CPA is meant to change people's mindset. We would like our people, especially the younger generation, to be involved in the work of governance. Citizens are included in the audit team to make government more effective, transparent, and accountable. After all, democracy is not only for the people, it is also by the people.
Mahirap siya. Kasi we all know, well, we have a saying, without no pain, no gain. Mahirap siya, pero at the same time, it is very fulfilling. Ina-encourage ko yung ibang mga members din ng mga CSOs to open themselves up at alisin yung anumang level of cynicism at sumama at makipag-partner nang sa gayon ay they would know for themselves na yung sinasabi namin na bagamat mahirap sa umpisa ay naging napaka-produktibo at mainam sa kahuli-hulihang bahagi ng proyekto na naranasan namin nung kami ay sumama at nakipag-partner sa COA.
What is nice there, nakita namin yung actual na mga gravel road yun. Nilakad namin yun, nakita namin kung anong kalagayan ng mga karsadang yun. Natutuwa ako kasi unang-unang ginamit namin doon yung roller, no? Na mechanical na trabaho, tulakan ng tulak. Nilakad namin yung 5 kilometer and an 11 kilometer na nilakad talaga namin actually, no? There is joy in doing it.
We continue to leverage the audit techniques and latest technology that we share with our community auditors. We pledge to engage more civil society organizations as we vow to continue to cultivate this journey towards a constructive partnership among citizens and government auditors for a more transparent, resilient, accountable, and open government, because this is the heart of CPA.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기가 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다. 보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 것.
맑은 신현물같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는.
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
국제 청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
We have to make clear that governments exist to serve the interests of citizens and not the other way around.
Open government is a new way to think about collaboration around governance.
To me, open government means the ability to be a part of the change that you want to see.
현장에서 일하거나 그런 사람들의 의견이랑 그 정책이랑 또 어긋나는 부분이 있을 수 있으니까
직접 선택한 결과니까 자신이 더 책임을 지지 않을까 싶습니다.
내가 얘기해가지고 좋아질 건 없겠지만은 그래도 하고 싶은 말을 하면은 속이라도 시원할 것 같아요.
서민들의 현장 그리고 실생활 일부분들은 대의를 반영하지 못하는 부분이 분명히 있을 것 같아서 충분한 의견 수렴이 필요하다고 생각합니다.
바빠가지고 그거는
그런 방법은 아직 접근하는 방법 잘 모르겠습니다.
우리 일상 속에서 찾아볼 수 있는 거의 모든 공공행정 분야가 바로 시민참여 영역이라고 할 수 있습니다.
저희 홈페이지를 방문하셔서 새로운 제안을 하실 수도 있고
일단 본인이 관심 있는 주제를 좀 조사하시면 관계가 있는 NGO들이 있어요. 그렇게 참여하는 방법이 있을 수 있고요. 또는 자기 속해 있는 지역의 지자체에 관심 있는 법이라든지 예산이라든지 이런 데에 참여하시는 분들 굉장히 많습니다.
What will it take to solve the biggest challenges of our time? What will it take to include everyone's voice in how decisions are made? We need an idea that's bold and ambitious, with people at its heart. That idea is open government. An open government is transparent, inclusive, participatory, and accountable. So governments don't just serve themselves, they work with citizens both in and out of government to develop smarter policies and improved services that make things better for everyone. And we all get to see how decisions are made, ask questions, and hold power to account. People like you are using the Open Government Partnership to create and implement thousands of initiatives that are transforming societies around the world. Open budgets and contracts are ensuring that money isn't lost to corruption. Having a say in public services has let citizens shape the communities they live in. Equal access to the justice system and public information is open to everyone, especially the most vulnerable. The potential of technology is harnessed while safeguarding against digital threats. And our fundamental freedoms are strengthened, letting us voice our needs and concerns safely. OGP provides a platform for reformers to co-create solutions, monitor progress, and share knowledge with peers across the globe. But for this to work, we need more reformers in government to open new doors, allies outside government to help find ambitious solutions, and partners around the world to support these efforts. We need you. Join us in building a better, more open world.
포용적 디지털이란 말 사실 처음 듣는 말인데
공부를 할 수 있는 방법? 세상을 조금 더 편안하게 해주는 것?
남녀노소 10대부터 90대까지 편할 수 있는 시스템이
디지털 혁신이라고 하는 기술과 방법과 절차들이 활용되는 것이 디지털 혁신에 의한 민주주의라고 할 수 있고요. 여기에서 포용적이라는 것은 국민 누구도 한 명이라도 소외되지 않고 모두 다 민주주의에 참여할 수 있도록 만들어준다는 측면에서 포용적 디지털 혁신이라고 할 수 있겠습니다.
조금 더 자세한 설명이 있었으면 좋을 것 같아요.
사용이 어려운 이유가 사용 방법이 익숙지가 않아서이기 때문에
쉬운 언어로 표현하는 게 좀 좋은 방법일 것 같습니다.
어르신들도 접할 수 있게 교육이 좀 필요하다고 생각합니다.
디지털 활용에 어려움을 겪고 계시는 국민들이 많습니다. 그런 국민들을 위해서 저희는 전국의 디지털 배움터 1000개소를 운영하면서 필요하신 디지털 역량들을 교육해드리는 사업을 펼치고 있습니다.
보이는 것, 다 알 수 있는 것.
거짓이 없어야 되고
사실대로 말하는 거.
맑은 신현별같이 다 보여지는 것을 말합니다.
교육이 가장 공정하다고 생각하는 것 같습니다.
우리나라는 임금 문제는 공정합니다.
블라인드 채용이 확대되고 해서 고용 쪽에서도 예전에 비해서 많이 좀 투명해진 것 같습니다.
약간 새치기 안 하는 거. 이런 거 해도 되나?
투명성은 명확하지 않은 것을 성공으로 바꿀 수 있습니다.
포장된 말을 하지 않고 원래 하고 싶은 말 하는 그런.
좀 일부러 숨기는 게 없어야 하지 않을까요?
The ideal standard first is that a lot more information can be shared than people think they can be shared. I think the information that certainly should be shared is about government operations.
부패 방지 정책에 있어서 국민이 참여하고 협력할 수 있는 민간 협의회 등을 구축하고 운영하여 온 것이라 생각합니다.
시민들의 의식과 눈높이, 그리고 정부의 노력, 그리고 IT를 비롯한 기술의 발전이 크게 기여했다고 생각합니다.
좀 자유롭고 숨기는 게 없는 그런.
국민들과 잘 소통할 수 있는 정부가 열린 정부라고 생각합니다.
열린 정부는 협력이다라고 생각합니다.
모든 국민들이 같이 할 수 있는
다 얘기해주는 거? 투명하게 공개하는 거?
국민이 정책에 참여할 수 있는 정부가 아닐까요?
정부가 우선 국민들의 불편함이나 의견을 어느 정도 수용할 수 있고 들어줄 수 있는 그런 정부가 아닐까 싶습니다.
The goal of OGP is to renew democracy, so democracy delivers better results to citizens.
The Open Government Partnership brings together governments and communities representing over 2 billion people from across the world to ensure that governments deliver for their citizens.
It is to make governments more open, accountable, and responsive to its citizens.
Globally, open government is changing, though at a low pace in terms of how governments make themselves accountable and transparent to their citizens.
Around the world, reformers from both inside and outside government are pushing for changes that make governing more open.
Then together that we'll be able to build the kind of open government we want.
결국 세상은 사람이 이끌어가는데 이 모두가 다 연결되어 있잖아요. 그래서 OGP에서 함께하는 그러한 시스템을 만든 그런 열린 정부는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
전 세계적으로 투명한 행정에 대한 시민들의 요구가 확산되고 있습니다. 이런 환경에서 OGP의 역할이 중요할 것이라고 생각합니다.
기후변화라든지 디지털 전환과 같은 전 세계가 공통적으로 직면한 문제를 해결하기 위해서 OGP가 반드시 필요하다고 생각합니다.
청년들과 함께 연대를 형성하고 국내뿐만 아니라 국제적으로 청년을 위한 어젠다를 수립하는 데 청년이 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있는 기회가 됐으면 합니다.
전 세계에서 많은 나라들이 우리나라의 열린 정부 정책을 벤치마킹하고 싶어하는 나라들이 참 많다는 것을 느끼고 있습니다. 자부심과 그리고 뿌듯함을 느끼면서 일하고 있습니다.
Korea has some great success stories in anti-corruption, civic space, and digital governance, and we want to hear them. So consider whose voices aren't being heard and get them involved because we want everyone around our table.
First, convene a strong global coalition for democracy to fight back against the rise of authoritarianism. The second role, which Government of Korea has already played, is it has issued a call to action for all OGP members to advance ambitious reforms to renew democracy through openness and citizen participation. First is an invitation for all Korean citizens to join the Global Summit. It's from December 15 to 17. The website is ogpsummit.org. Please register and join.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Rudy Borman, and I am the OGP Deputy Director in the Open Government Partnership. It's a pleasure to be here with you today on this specific session where we are going to talk and go in local. As you know, OGP has launched in 2019 after the Canadian Summit an expansion of their local strategy after a few years focusing mainly on countries, and we are excited of this new chapter. On behalf of OGP, I would like to first thank all our panelists. I'm happy to share that this is going to be a panel with all women. We are going to tackle a few conversations with different parts of the world, and we are live. This is a not pre-recorded message. We are currently live. Before starting, I want to take this opportunity to make an important announcement that beginning today, OGP will launch a new call for expression of interest to join OGP Local in 2022. 50 new seats will be available to join OGP Local next year. This call is part of our expansion, at the local level. As you know, we started with 5 pioneers, we expanded to 20, 76 next year, and we are now today launching this new call. And if you go into the OGP website, you will find all the information to start your application to join OGP Local. So thank you very much. Very exciting news for us. Also aligned with the signature that we had yesterday of a memorandum of understanding between OGP and UCLG. That marks another important and relevant expansion of the local strategy within OGP. Okay, so without further delay, let's jump into the session. We're going to have 60 minutes to talk to this distinguished group of local leaders from government and civil society, and to know a little bit more about what's happening at the local level, where services and impact of reforms are more clear, more easier to measure, more easier to follow. Let me introduce our panelists today. I want to start with the General Secretary of Bogotá, Ms. Margarita Barraquer Sourdis. With more than 20 years of professional practice in public and private non-profit entities of the social sector, her work has been focused on promoting the rights of vulnerable populations in the country. Before this position, she was Director of Social Integration at the Secretariat of Bogotá, Deputy Director at the Colombian Institute of Family Welfare, Secretary, General Director of the National Agency for Overcoming Extreme Poverty, and Executive Secretary of the Alliance for Colombian Children in Bogotá. Welcome, Margarita, that is stepping today for Mayor Lopez, who couldn't be with us participating today. So thank you, Margarita. From Indonesia. Sí, Margarita. From
Thank you very much, Rudy.
Thank you, Margarita. Thank you. Let me finalize. We'll have also Itza Priyanti, Regent of Breves Regency. Ms. Priyanti is the first female regent in Breves Regency. She started her career in government as deputy director, regent for the period 2007 to 2012. She became regent in the 2012-2017 period. Currently, this is her second term of leadership as regent in Breves until 2022. During her tenure, she pays attention to effective and collaborative governance and support transparent participation, innovative and inclusive governance. Welcome, Regent Priyanti, to this conversation representing Indonesia. and representing local governments, particularly in Indonesia. We have also Stephanie Mushai, or Steph Mushai, for all of us who know her, Director of Partnerships, International Lawyers Projects, and member of the steering committee. She is a seasoned governance professional currently serving as Director of Partnership for the International Lawyers Project, where she works to support transparent and accountable government, a robust and enabling civic space, access to justice, and community partnership. She has worked extensively toward open governance, public accountability, and active citizenship. And Steph will help us bring the voice and vision of civil society and her experience in that vast and rich space that is the Africa MENA region in OGP. And finally, we have Minister Victoria Alsina Burgues. She's the Ministry of Foreign Action and Open Government of Catalonia, Spain. She has led the Public-Private Partnership Task Force at the World Economic Forum on the G20 Global Smart Cities Alliance on Technology Governance. She also co-chaired the Consultation and Outreach Group at the Council of Europe Artificial Intelligence Committee and coordinating the post-COVID-19 strategy promoted by the government of Catalonia. And let me say, one of those young innovation leaderships around the world in public innovation. Victoria, it's a pleasure to have you with us here today. So let's jump to the question. Welcome everyone, and we are going to start. And I'm going to begin with a question that it's same question for all of you. And of course, this question is regarding COVID-19. No, we approach to 2 years of this pandemic. And we are seeing new and innovative ways in which government, society, and citizens are collaborating and co-creating, especially at the local level, with civil society and citizens to promote open government values of access to information, civic participation, and public accountability. We have seen a lot of innovation. We are also seeing a lot of challenges. But I would like to hear from you. If you can tell us a little bit about examples on your context, on your organizations around the pandemic. I'm going to start with Secretary Barraker, please.
Rudy, thank you very much. First of all, I'm very thrilled to be in this panel with Itza, with Stephanie, and with Victoria. I love being in panels with women because we can talk about our different perspectives and we can teach and learn a lot of things. So thank you very much for inviting us to this panel. I am going to switch to Spanish in order to answer the question. Nos preguntas entonces cuáles son. Okay. So now, let me address the question, which was what we have been doing in relation to open government, what we have been doing to facilitate public participation. I believe that was the question. And here, I would like to make some comments. In Bogota, we have been promoting a new governance model, and we have been showing different scenarios and possibilities of the new government model to our citizens. And we have adopted the new governance model and strategy, and this has been made public and made official by putting it in our city strategy. And now we have put in place various resources to implement the strategy. And in doing so, we were able to increase civic participation in Bogota. And there are several open government principles that we are upholding, especially when it comes to land planning and zoning. We have incorporated
the open government policy principles as the city is continuously improving its urban environment. We are trying to include the open government principles, and we're also trying to achieve sustainable development goals. So we once again would like to say that open government principles have been a key pillar in our city administration. And we have been working to improve access to information. And in this process, OGP has been a very important platform. And we believe that civil participation and transparency and co-creation are crucial, and we have introduced various tools to achieve these. But it is not only applied at the government level, but also at the civil society level. We have opened up a platform where more than 30,000 visits have been recorded. And this means that we have been pursuing the open government principles, and to do so, we have put emphasis on civic engagement and co-creation. And for citizens to be able to do so, we need to build capacity. So capacity building has been our priority as well. And we have been investing resources to strengthen the capacity of our citizens so that they can become more democratic citizens, and so that they can be more capable of utilizing technology and using public data. So we not only need the central government and the local government's commitment and will, but also we need the capacity of citizens. In other words, citizens should be able to should be capable of using these opportunities for civic participation. And we need to ensure that civic participation will be substantial and meaningful so that it can lead to actual results. And also, citizens' voices need to be reflected in government projects. So once again, as I said, we have introduced this platform for civil participation. And to be more specific, we have improved access to information, and we also focused on capacity building.
Marx, I will get back to you to ask you a little bit.
We are not hearing you, Rudy.
I'll get back to you because I would like to hear a little bit about the experience regarding COVID-19 fight in Bogota. But I will move now to Steph Mushai. Steph, can you help us a little bit with these questions? What are you seeing on COVID-19 response, but specifically why it's important to keep openness and trust in a moment where you really need to get citizens' attention, no, for a moment that it's crucial, and what's the role of non-governmental organizations in the context of this response to the pandemic? What are we learning? What are you seeing?
Thanks, Rudy. I like the note that you have started off on in terms of the trust. I think that's been a big part of the pandemic response. Is the expression has been a crisis of trust. And I think given the kind of exacerbated inequalities and challenges and marginalization that are being faced, I think that building up of that trust is really important for government, citizens, and civil society. What I'm observing that is a very good and positive response is a focus on access to justice. It's not a traditional focus with the local governments because a lot of it is a national government function. However, is noting local governments that are supporting and strengthening local stakeholders who are part of the public delivery of justice systems, and why this is really important at this time. It's more than having, you know, access to courts or legal representation. It's accountability. At this time, and the ability for people to seek remedies, which is really important at this time. So the principles of open government, transparency, civic participation, and public accountability to the justice system and the broad stakeholders, I think, is making or has potential to make a big impact at this time. So why do I think access to justice is important? I think there's a whole elephant of access to justice, but I think that the emphasis on the focus of the collaboration will help support cracks in public services at the local level, for which local governments have the most strength, will help support kind of the marginalization and the inequalities that have been brought to the fore. And we can very much use OGP values to improve the systems, the delivery, but also the protections, the oversights, and the accountability to the systems, and also just ensure, you know, civil and political rights are respected. Some good examples that I've seen of justice actors being strengthened. I think one specific area that we have seen in the pandemic go on the rise is, very unfortunately, the rise of gender-based violence, especially in countries where there is temporary lockdown responses by governments. And I think that Open Justice and the OGP platform can support this. One example of this is in Plateau, Nigeria, where they have committed to improving these kind of responses through the establishment of a Gender and Equal Opportunities Commission. And this will also serve not just to respond to gender-based violence issues happening at the local level, and which local governments have more connection to in support of this commission, but it will also support economic empowerment and discrimination and marginal participation of women with that regard. So I think that's a very good opportunity for local governments who are close to the people, who are close to the communities, to be able to partner and support kind of all the data collection, you know, legal capacity building for their communities and all of that. The second one, I think, which is linked to access to justice, is in Abuja, Nigeria. Now, the way that funds are being spent at this time is a really big concern for many. And a lot of the justice process, when we come to the end of it, if we don't address it at the beginning, marginalization, even in prioritization of, you know, local governments to have funding to do certain things, we come in at the tail end of the justice process. But at the beginning is the conversation on how funds are being allocated and whether they're being allocated fairly and in a just manner. I'm glad to see that Abuja, Nigeria is responding to this by a commitment that will ensure that budget processes are made available to citizens in an accessible and timely manner, so that they can make inputs into the budget cycle and into their areas and their needs, especially during this pandemic time, and in money that needs to be prioritized. In one area, it might be health. In one area, it might be education. In one area, it might be health services. And it's really important to have that voice, not just for women, but for members of communities. And in Abuja, Nigeria, they note about 50% of stakeholders, which is very high. That's half of stakeholders, are not effectively involved in the local government affairs in relation to budget processes and implementation. So I think these are really key areas, and I would laud the local governments of Nigeria for their work in this, in both Plateau and in Abuja. For the non-state actors, I think the opportunity that we have in partnership with governments, we do receive, for example, a lot of the statements of the victims, or are on the ground in terms of awareness of the incidences and the sufferings in the community, and we can collaborate in cross-sharing of data and bringing the information to the attention of the local governments. We can certainly partner in civic education, in legal empowerment, so that people understand their remedies and recourse with the justice actors. And we can certainly take a very strong stand and position in terms of supporting representation and voice as well. Those would be my thoughts, Rudy. Back to you.
Steph, thank you very much. And I will also get back to you to also think about the role of actors, non-governmental actors at the local level that are not necessarily organized civil society, right? To play. Thank you very much, Steph. We are going to move now to Regent Prijanti. I just a reminder to everyone that to every panelist that we have 2 to 3 minutes. There is a timer there. Mrs. Regent Prijanti, can you please share a little bit of what you have seen in Breves Regency regarding COVID-19 response and open government values? Can you please share a little bit of that with us, please?
Hello. Hello, Rudy. Secretary General Barake, Ms. Munchai, and also Minister Alsina Burke. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Indonesia. I will be presenting and commenting in Indonesian. Amidst the COVID-19 pandemic that has been going on for almost 2 years, the Brebes Regency government constantly encouraging the effective governance through a collaboration and co-creation with civil society organizations and also the whole member of the community. The collaboration and co-creation that we are doing is to ensure the transparency of information, increase public participation, and public accountability to address crucial issues facing the community. One of our priority programs during this pandemic COVID-19 is the distribution of social aid, which serve as the social safeguard so that people affected by the COVID-19 can support their daily expenses and meet their daily end for the families. In the implementation, we face the main challenge, which is the non-optimal social data. This has led us to double data for the beneficiary. The Brebes Regency government, together with the civil society organizations and also the coalition of CSO, we oversee and make sure the fund for the COVID-19 can be allocated properly. And we also make sure the data is valid, and we open as much as public participation in updating the data of the beneficiary. The community members can access the list of the name of the people who are the beneficiary of the social aid. And this data is also available in each of the village office, and we are welcome with the community proposal and also inputs. With this and by this, we can get integrated and accurate data so that the social aids can be channeled equally to poor people and the COVID-19 affected communities. With data collection, engaging with the community, we also save 1.98 billion rupiahs. And we can address the table data that has been the challenge in this implementation. Thank you. Back to you, Rudy.
Thank you so much. Clear examples. Indonesia always being a great actor in the open government scene. Actually, today, all the 3 awards for the Asia Pacific region in open government were given to Indonesian locals. So very exciting scenario. I'm going to move now to Minister Alsina Burgues to help us from the European, in this case, the Catalonia perspective. What have you done regarding this, and a little bit to share your thoughts, Minister Burgues, regarding this COVID response and the importance of openness in the context of making a participatory approach to that response to the pandemic?
Thank you so much, Rudy. Really a pleasure to see you online. And also I wanted to say thank you to my colleagues. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to share this panel. And I should say here that when the pandemic started, I was still in the academia because I spent the last 15 years researching about those topics. Now I'm on the government side, right? Now I have that feeling that you need to put in practice what you have been recommending for a decade. So let me just share with all of you that I think that the pandemic gave us the best incentive possible that we can have to really promote the values connected to open government. And it is precisely the need to have new inputs of information that can only come from citizens, open data, and collaboration. So I think that something, and I will jump into Catalonia in a few seconds, but I think that something that we have seen around, it was that governments needed more information, and they did three different things. So first of all, they tried to congregate experts to solve some questions, and we see a lot of smarter crowdsourcing examples around the world of groups of experts that met together. We also have a lot of experiences around open data, and I think that we are going to talk more about that later on. But open data is also a field in which we moved forward in a lot of dimensions. We also find participation practices that try to collect information at the citizens level. And a lot of those, I should say, that are bottom up. So governments incentivized a few, but also the civil society started to do that. And finally, we see, of course, a lot of public-private collaboration experiences trying to build hospitals or build ventilators or solve more day-to-day problems. In Catalonia, in the case of COVID, I think that we have a few relevant examples to share with you. First of all, I should start saying that in terms of open data, the openness of health data really helped the government to have predictive models that allowed us to anticipate some restrictions or to plan the next steps. But I want to be concrete here, and I want to say that during this last year, we had 300,000 downloads of data sets related to COVID-19. So we really have some concrete examples about the fact that this was useful. And indeed, 26 of these data sets were open, and we allowed the reutilization of that data for other proposals that the civil society wanted to move forward. I think that one good example is the mobility associated risk map that it was elaborated by the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, one of the main facilities that we have. And I think that finally, an initiative that is also worthy to share with all of you is this bottom-up initiative, in this case, participation bottom-up initiative, that with the objective of building a clinical guide. So the Catalan National Health System built a clinical guide with the participation of patients that were suffering persistent COVID symptoms. So they used the patients to build that, clinical guide or book that help other patients to, to move forward and know what to do. So I think that the download of data sets, the reutilization of those data sets, and this clinical guide are three clear examples of what happened in Catalonia.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those interesting examples. Yeah, we will talk about this a little bit later. But let me just get into our second round of questions, where we're going to talk about gender and equality. And this is a very long issue in the context of action plans, particularly to make them inclusive, to make sure that the divides, that we close and bridge those divides in order to make sure that everyone is at the table. This comes in a moment where we are living a revolution around the world on feminism. And I want to talk to you to help us think about this issue from your different perspectives. So I'm going to start with Secretary Barraquer. We know that Mayor Lopez's administration has been a vocal advocate of anti-corruption and equality, having recently launched an anti-machismo hotline. Do you find any natural synergies between the open government values and the feminist approaches to governance?
Por supuesto que sí. Creemos que no hay ninguna duda en ello. Nosotros reconocemos que
Yes, I see connection because women can offer more critical perspective, which has brought some changes to the notion of open government. And I think that that is what has happened in many countries.
y que se incluya dentro de ese concepto de participación.
Because we need to promote more pragmatic and realistic and transparent participation. And feminism has helped change our perspective, especially when it comes to equality.
Un modelo de gestión pública, algo que implica cambios muchísimo más.
Therefore, when you think about the public governance model,
efectivo,
I believe that women's participation can bring about more substantial results, and this will help realize a more democratic society. So I think that our understanding of democracy and open government has changed, partly thanks to the participation of women in this process. Therefore, in order to create a more equal society within the framework of democracy and within our society, we need to empower women, and we need to make sure that there's more women participation. Otherwise, the value of open government cannot be achieved.
Necesarios para modificar esas relaciones.
Therefore, in order to realize the value of open government, we need to change the status of women and the role of women, and to have a more democratic society, we need to engage all members of our society, including women. So in our government, we focus on co-creation and transparency. And this actually also means that we need to help women lessen their burden on child rearing, because they have been burdened with this responsibility to raise children. And to do that, we need to develop a different perspective on our society. So we need to promote gender equality.
Barraquer, for those remarks. Let's move to Steph Mushai. Steph, help us understand a little bit of the challenges in the Africa MENA region. What are you seeing regarding emerging opportunities and challenges for women in the region? I have to admit, I have to say this very transparently to all of you. When we put together this panel, it was really hard for us to find mayors, women. We don't have that many. We have fantastics, but not that many. Help us think a little bit and take a look into Africa, Steph, on challenges and opportunities.
I think one of the main challenges in the region, but I believe it's experienced globally as well, is during the pandemic, women have experienced a disproportionate domestic work burden. And this is with balancing financial and work responsibilities as well. I think it's both an opportunity and a challenge, because many women are facing challenges adding to their plate, so to speak, with regards to taking up leadership opportunities, or even just getting into the space to support proper articulation of the issues and how open government approaches can positively influence pandemic priorities and engendered approaches to policy making and practices at this time. So it's not the only challenge, but it's been a key challenge that has been faced in the region, especially in a context where a lot of the cultural systems support kind of this disproportionate work burden. I think for voice and platform for women leadership in this season, I think OGP's emphasis on tech and innovation, I think can really help. For women leadership, and by women leadership, I mean both formal and informal women's leadership. This includes leadership of movements, informal networks, and women living in rural areas who may not have access to the formal leadership structures and may have access to low-tech options in their areas, just to give voice and a platform for both formal and informal leadership as well. So I think that will be a key part of that. And I think that we know the importance of that is that lowering poverty rates, a big part of working on lowering poverty rates is seeing societies who are more inclusive. They have political and economic equality that is happening and enabling more inclusion. We are seeing some addressing the needs of marginalized groups, including women. And when I say women, I mean women with disability, young women, women that live in rural areas, because we're not homogenous and we have different needs. So there are efforts to support women and the things that may keep them in terms of not participating in kind of the societal conversation and the societal engagements in this area. I think there have been economic challenges with regards to access to economic opportunities and a focus on that. You know, it's very difficult to think about the bigger picture when you're dealing with bread and butter issues and when you're dealing with your day-to-day issues to be able to come forward. But I think now more than ever, it's important for both the informal and formal women leadership to support an articulation of the needs in the policy making, in the information dissemination for those that have sort of working knowledge in different areas like law or business or whatever they might be, is to come forward and support other women to be able to better understand the processes, the opportunities, and the role of transparency, participation, innovation in doing that. So those are the challenges and the opportunities that I see. I think it's difficult to isolate to a region at this time where the pandemic is really showing that our challenges are really shared. They're not unique to a region. The manifestation might look different, but by and large, I think we do have shared challenges in that area.
Thank you, Steph. And yeah, articulation being always one of the things that we need to get better now. And I think the pandemic has shown how important and how much we have failed in terms of cooperation internationally in many grounds. But it's one relevant point. Let's go to Regent Prijanti, which she's actually the first woman to hold this position ever in Breve's Regency. Regent Prijanti, can you help us think a little bit on what are the enabling conditions that you see important and necessary for women, meaningful engagement on both leadership and participation in both fronts, right? Because both are different, have their own challenges. What are you seeing, and help us understand a little bit this?
Terima kasih, Rudy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudy, for creating the participations for the women's, which is for creating a meaningful participation for the women's. We need to fulfill the term and condition apply. We have to open the participation space and room. So we have to create the room first, opening the opportunity, and also providing an inclusive programs for everyone, especially the women. The women need to have the equal access as the men. And representing the government of Brebes, we collaborate with the movement from the community. And we also do this program with multi-stakeholder. We involve everyone, not just only women. We involve everyone, the student, the community, everyone from the school, from the motherhood associations, for children, for teenager, adults, elders, everyone have to join these programs. And we also implement this kind of open opportunity and collaborative programs for everyone. With the effort that we held since 2019, we recognize as a region that children friendly. And then we also being recognition in Parahita, Ika Praya. So this will be the main category as the example of a best regency that have children-friendly environment in the regency. We also open the participation to the women in terms of development programs. In the Brebes Regency, all women is collaborate. They're participating actively on the governance at the village level and also on the regency level. We involve the women groups that become the agent of health to support the programs of vaccination of the COVID-19. So they will help us to implement this vaccination program to achieve coverage, full coverage. And response to the COVID-19, we really happy because 89 to 894 elders were successfully vaccinated. And then in the Brebes Regency, we also hope that we could do collaboration with multi-organizations and empower more women to be participate on the programs, and they're able to have the access on the leadership. I hope, like me, I'm a woman. So as the region of Brebes, I could inspire more women to be part of the leadership of a nations. Thank you so much, Rudy. Over to you.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Regent Prijanti. I will get back to you. I want to ask you also about why did you want to become a leader? But we will get back to that. Let me go to Minister Alsina Burgues, and I'm going to ask you to wear again your academic hat and your experience previously to your position, but then bridge it, because let's one of the big themes in OGP in the last 10 years has been open data. No, the relevance of designing policy through data that it's available and represents everyone. So help us understand a little bit about the role of open data and gender equality, the opportunities, because this is, I think, one relevant case for open data to make sure that data reflects everyone when you are using it for delivering policy, which is something that today is not happening.
Thank you so much for this question. So this will be one of the main focuses that we will have the forthcoming years here, precisely open data. And we will do that in the framework of, and you will see that in both of them, we incorporated a gender dimension to be able to segmentate all the data sets and information. So first of all, one thing that we will be following, it will be precisely the set of commitments that we have been preparing as part of the Open Government Partnership Action Plan. So that will be something that we will continue. And the second thing is a project that we have that we call Catalonia, a Land of Data. That's a project that focuses on promoting public-private collaboration for data sharing. So that's a project that through that we want to accomplish 1 million registers if we compile public, private, and civic data in 2022. And we will focus in some particular areas, but here the fact is that we want to create all the mechanisms and incentives to be able to promote this data collaborative project. So in terms of the gender approach, in both projects, what we are doing is to incorporate the identification of data sets and indicators that are key to make that possible. So the sources of data and the indicators that we need to analyze that data in all the data sets that we have, and also the geolocation in real time of that data, because that helps also for a lot of public policy planning. Another dimension that we incorporate is that we try to find data that is available at the municipal level, because this gives us a lot of comparative approaches in terms of what we want to understand. And finally, we also are planning to launch a campaign, a communication campaign, in terms of incentivizing the gender dimension in all data sets. So I think that one interesting conversation that we had not long time ago, a few weeks ago, it was an event that we call Café amb Dades, Coffee with Data. And these are events that, as you know, we use to cover different topics. And the 6th event that we promoted in that regard, it was precisely focused to better understand this data and gender equality. So to make a long story short, we have the OGP plan and we have the Catalonia Land of Data, in which we will segmentate all data sets when possible, following this gender dimension. But of course, because we cannot do that alone, we need to incentivize municipalities and we need to find comparable data. So we will be working also in that regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for those remarks. I couldn't agree more. The need, again, going back to Steph, concept of articulation, participation in data, we are still using different rulers to measure things, and until an open data can be a great ally for that measurement, to making sure that it's more equal to everyone. I have to say, we are doing quite good with the time. We still have a few minutes to go, but we're going to enter into the third part of the conversation. And thank you very much. And one message: if you want to make a question to any of the panelists, you can use the hashtag OGP Summit, OGP Local on Twitter, and the team will get questions. If we have some time to make those questions, we will bring it to the panelists. Let's enter into the last section of questions, and we are going to be talking here about action plans, right? Catalonia, Bogota, Breves Regency have done their first action plans as members of OGP in the context of OGP, and we want to know a little bit more about this. So let me start again with Secretary Barraquer. In Bogota, one of the commitments in your new action plan seeks to increase women's social and political participation as well as representation. What are some of the most prominent barriers that women face when it comes to civic and political participation in Bogota? And how can open government facilitate approaches for women and other, of course, gender minorities in Bogotá?
Nosotros reconocemos, en Bogotá nosotros reconocemos que persisten esas barreras.
In Bogota, we recognize that there are several barriers to women's participation. So in our action plan, one of the key factors is to increase women's participation. So that includes political participation. And so far, we seem to have some stereotypes and bias about the role of women. So unless we have some significant changes to our perception, there will be lack of equal opportunities for women. And women are burdened with house chores and childcare responsibilities, and women have to spend quite a lot of time fulfilling these responsibilities, and as a result, they may not be able to be guaranteed economic and financial independence. So, as we recognize these challenges, we often see that women are not, it is difficult for women to develop their capabilities and pursue their career because of these fixed perceptions. And also, women are often exposed to potential violence. And there is this male dominant hegemony in our society. And because of this, women are often victimized and they fall victim to the male dominant society and its hegemony. So sometimes female voices are neglected, they're not received. And so many times women's voices are not fully heard. And as the moderator mentioned, it is not easy to find female mayors. But we have some wonderful female leaders in our society, and such strong female leaders are good role models. And in this, there was this local OGP local awards, and in our city government, more than 50% of city government officials need to be taken up by women. That is our goal, because in the past, local government officials were mainly male. But now we need more female representation and more female officials.
Super interesting. We are hearing these reforms, this way to think about policy, and in such a different way. Super exciting what is happening in Bogota. Really, thank you for sharing. Let's move to Steph. Steph, I'm going to hack the question that I was going to do originally, because I wanted to hear your thoughts about the opportunities that action plans bring regarding equality and regarding, in this case, the fight of the pandemic is a great opportunity to bring civil society, which in many cases, as part of the response, were not included. No, their voices were shut, and many challenges are still there. So my question to you would be, what are you seeing that you recognize as valuable on bringing civil society and using action plans for response to the pandemic? And what things you would like to see that you are not seeing today that could be implemented through an action plan process?
I think the biggest difference that I'm seeing is the collaboration of civil society to provide public goods and services that perhaps the local governments have not been able to provide, either due to budgetary issues or lack of proper prioritization or other things. And civil society is better able to quickly mobilize themselves to be able to provide this in partnership with the local governments based on kind of their data, in a combined data. So in the example, for example, of gender-based violence that we talked about earlier, or economic disempowerment, is them coming up with local governments and, for example, setting up centers or places for free legal assistance and legal aid to women that are going through these issues, and disseminating the issues, the remedies and the opportunities for remedies as well. So the partnership with civil society in provision of public goods and services, and partnering to identify the action plan commitments and priorities, just because a lot of governments are understandably caught up in the response of the pandemic and in public goods and services. And a lot of that is the priority at the moment. So the civil society is coming alongside and saying, yes, we do need the health provision. We do need all the things that you're responding to, but these are kind of the societal issues that are being faced and coming in partnerships to support that public, that delivery of the services, even as they do their work of accountability and ensuring that the local governments are moving in the direction that they do. So the key thing is kind of putting down our stakes, putting down our differences to be able to partner, use both our resources together to be able to address the issues that are limiting inclusion, participation, and also the issues of harm that many women are facing at this time. That would be my key observation.
Thank you, Steph. Thank you so much. Let me move now, minding of time, to Regent Brillanti. Part of your new action plan involves a commitment on integrating participatory approaches into their social welfare data. As many local governments without too much practice in data around the world, the pandemic has accelerated looking into the data to take decisions. So how has the pandemic impacted the social welfare system in Breves and your data collection process? How this has been improved and pushing the government actually to make a commitment regarding this issue?
Terima kasih, Rudy.
Thank you very much, Rudy, for the questions. One of our commitment as the new member of the local OGP is that integrated the society data by inclusive and also collaborative, and it's part of the response of COVID-19. We make the Sabang Pansos platform that accessible for the society. This is made and create and designed to improve and collect the accurate data. And then we have the social support from the government and accurately validated, and the numbers are accurate, the work quality is accurate, and also the administrations were smooth as well. As we're able to address the COVID-19 pandemic has changed many things. One of the important is exactly the welfare data. It's impacted quite massive. Before, the social data that we have in the Breves hasn't been integrated at all. We still do everything manually, but because of the pandemic, we move fastly to make it online, to make it more responsive and inclusive as well. And we expect with this accelerations, we're able to compile the accurate data and also provide the accurate data. And we're going to make it into one integrated umbrella. So the data will only source into one umbrella and everyone able to access it from one source. This is exactly the program and collaborative with the civil society. And then we do this movement, what we call as the collaboration of Gebrak, is also support with the cross multi-sectors. And also we conduct media link. We also assign a CSO, special task force with the local OGP. They exactly supported this integrated social data through the Tambang Pansos platform. This is exactly the program that we implemented and ongoing progress since the beginning, and also monitoring and evaluations. And these synchronizations for the data through the Sambang Pasos achieved 85.15%, successfully help us to correct it 916 of register that eligible to receive the social support. After that, we also continue to the data synchronization and also to give the social support program to the correct targets. So it wouldn't be given to people who are not eligible to receive the support. That is exactly the effort that we do currently in the Brebes. Over to you, Rudy.
Thank you very much for sharing the example, Region Briganti. It's for everyone into the action plans of Catalonia, of Bogota, and Breves Regency, please go to the OGP website where you can find these commitments, but also you can find different trackers to follow up how these ideas, these examples that were shared by these leaders today are happening in the ground, right? Because it's easy to speak, but we have to see concrete results. So last question, and basically to close up this this panel, Victoria, Minister Alsina, sorry. I would like to ask you a little bit about one of the commitments in the last action plan of Catalonia that is regarding a very interesting territorial participatory model that you are including in one of your commitments, which is at the same time very exciting regarding Catalonia's long tradition in participation. So what can you tell us about this concrete territorial commitment that embrace different ways of participating or strengthening participation in Catalonia?
Thank you so much for your question. And I wanted to say something in the framework of the conversation that happened until now, that we should all keep in mind that citizens are not eager to participate all the time. So that's something that is not the case. So we need to make things easier for them, and we need to create different opportunities at the different stages of the law and policy making cycle, because some of them will be interested in contributing in the identification of the problems that we need to solve. Some of them will want to co-create solutions. Some of them will be more interested to the social auditing or evaluation of what happened, etc., etc. So I want to say that this is the starting point of the project that we crafted in that regard. So citizens are not eager to participate, as I said, and we need to be very careful in how we digest the information that they provided to us, and also in the type of feedback that we give them back, because that will conditionate how much do they want to participate in the near future. So with everything on mind and following a collective intelligence approach, right, that we want to use not only opinions and preferences, but also the ideas that they have, we understand that the key variable to make that happen is really to promote participation at the local level. And here what we have is an initiative that we call is part of the network Participa Lab. And what we are trying to provide is the infrastructure, the resources, and the assistance that the different municipalities need in order to move that forward. So here we have a program whose main goal is to use or to reuse all the public equipment that we have in the different parts of the country, public libraries, public spaces, etc., to really allow this participation to happen. So it's a double program, because on one hand, we want to provide the infrastructure, and on the other side, we want to incentivize the ecosystem around participation, because we have a couple of principles that articulate the program. One of them is public-private collaboration, how we need to interact with all the ecosystem of companies, open source platforms, and civic tech community that can help us to do that. And the other principle that we follow is experimentation and the need to do pilots. So just to sum up for you what this means, so following a public-private collaboration approach that tried to bring the civic tech community closer and also promoting experiments, we will be moving forward a network that will facilitate participation at the local level using public equipment and also making these connections with the civil society and the civic tech community. So to share with you a final idea in that regard, I think that a key piece of this is the training that we can also provide. And here we need to be sure that public officials become public entrepreneurs, because without their help, this is not going to happen.
Victoria, Minister Alsina couldn't agree more with the vision, with the scaling up these capacities, right? To make everything we have been saying, the different examples, the inspiration, the data, the commitments, the different examples to scale, and it's being institutionalized, right? Which is the final objective. Minding of time, I had to close up this first part of this local panel. So sorry that we couldn't have time for making questions. I have my own to make to you, but I'm sure that your leadership on especially in the case of local, we will call you back again to speak with us. I think this has been a lot of real world examples from your own also personal experience, helping us to understand the role of the local level in this case, which is absolutely brand new in OGP. In the way we are tackling now the program, we are really looking into the local level in quite a different way with all these experiences. So thank you very much, General Secretary Margarita Barraquer from Bogota. Thank you very much for your time. I know that none of you have it, so thank you in the name of OGP. Thank you to Itza Brillanti, Regent of Breves Regency, for participating today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Steph Mushai, again, Director of Partnerships International Lawyer Project and member of our steering committee. Thank you, Steph, always for being there. And to the Minister Victoria Alsina Burgues, Ministry of Foreign Action and Open Government of Catalonia, and a champion, I would say, in public innovation globally for many of us who has been following her. Thank you to the four of you for being here today. It was a challenge to get 4 women live from all OGP regions today, and we made it today. Thank you very much for your time today. All right, and we are going to continue. This is not over. Please bear with me. We are saying goodbye to the leaders, but we are going to continue with this final part of the session. And let me give you an invitation. Tomorrow, we are going to have two interesting community dialogues on local, if you're interested. One regarding climate change and local action on open government. And we will have also community dialogue regarding innovation labs and open government. That's tomorrow. But let me now move to, as I was saying, OGP Local started with a group of pioneers locals. Let me share with you some remarks from the heads of government of Buenos Aires, Jalisco, Kaduna, and the Basque Country for this panel.
Hola, soy Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, jefe de gobierno.
Hello, I am Horacio Rodriguez. I'm the mayor of Buenos Aires. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you to the steering committee. It is an honor to participate alongside my peers. And in the last 5 years, being part of this partnership allowed us to promote actions to open data and public information, as well as accountability in issues ranging from public works in the city, transportation policies, education, gender, and more recently, our climate action plan. In addition, in many cases, it allowed us to generate co-creation instances with citizens, civil society, academia, and the private sector. This year, we launched our 3rd Open Government Action Plan in order to advance the opening of information in the 3 powers of the state, the empowerment of citizens for the use of public data, and a participatory diagnosis on the access to rights of the LGBTQI community. We reaffirm our commitment to face the challenges that the present and the future pose the cities in an increasingly collaborative, open, and innovative way.
Desde Jalisco, agradecemos la oportunidad de...
From Jalisco, we appreciate the opportunity to participate in the 7th Global Open Partnership Summit, and we join with great joy in the celebration of the first 10 years of the OGP. For us, it is very pleasant to share with you that we have recently approved our 3rd local action plan, with which we reaffirmed our commitment to the local exercises of the open government partnership, as well as to the objectives of this international agenda. For this 2021, the vision of our open government exercises required a deep analysis of the challenges we face, including the fight against this pandemic that has changed our lives. And under this scenario, with the experience obtained in the 2 previous action plans, we decided to consolidate the work previously carried out in the open government agenda and continue motivating the institutions towards the government opening. With the implementation of this 3rd plan, new elements will be strengthened and incorporated into digital platform created by our Congress that allows social involvement in the creation and modification of laws. In addition, the executive power will carry out the harmonization, unification, and control risks of corruption in the operating rules of social programs. In addition, the state judicial branch will create an annex to the verdict, which with a clear, simple, and understanding drafting will make its content known, aimed at groups in conditions of vulnerability. With this, we seek to set a precedent in the open government exercises, not only in Jalisco, but in Mexico by promoting the permanence of these actions and maintaining the synergy that has been generated between our society and the government, strengthening democracy and retaining the progress that have so far been conquered.
Gobernu irekirako aliantzako kide agurgarriak. Duela 3 urte, Euskadi Basque Countryk Open Government Partnership sarean parte hartzeko hautagaitza aurkeztu zuen. Harrezkero, erakunde publikoen eta gizarte zibil antolatuaren konpromisoa gero eta handiagoa izan da gure artean. Hilabete honetan bertan sortu dugu eragile anitzeko foro bat, 2030 agendaren eta garapen iraunkorreko 17 helburuen ezarpenari bultzada berri bat emateko. Euskadi Basque Country aitzindaria da konpromiso honetan. Estamos avanzando juntos a través de la escucha activa y la colaboración. La evaluación del primer plan 2018-2020 ha sido positiva. Hemos creado una herramienta de rendición de cuentas públicas, un modelo estandarizado para ofrecer información pública a través de las plataformas Open Data Euskadi y Linked Open Data, el proyecto ILAB para impulsar la participación ciudadana y el modelo Open Escola, Escuela Abierta para la Ciudadanía. Queremos seguir aprendiendo, innovando y aplicando lo aprendido a las políticas públicas. Nuestros compromisos con el nuevo Plan de Acción 2024 son diseñar un observatorio de datos para situaciones de pandemia, desarrollar una herramienta para la transparencia presupuestaria que facilite la consulta y comprensión de la ciudadanía, capacitar a gestores públicos y ciudadanía para promover una comunidad más activa, abierta y dispuesta a participar, generar una herramienta para aglutinar las iniciativas legislativas populares y crear un servicio de información, orientación e intermediación que ayude a generar proyectos de vida de las personas mayores desde un enfoque de vida plena. El nuevo plan de acción es un desafío que se basa en la experiencia, el conocimiento y las propuestas de la ciudadanía. Lo acometemos con decisión, ambición e ilusión. En lengua vasca contamos con un término para expresar este trabajo en pos del bien común, auzolana. Elkarrekin egiten dugu aurrera entzute aktiboaren eta auzolanaren bidez. Jaso ezazue Euskadi Basque Countryren izenean gure agurra eta gure eskerrona aliantzaren eta kide guztien lanagatik. Auzolana da bidea, eskerrik asko.
In 2016, we joined the Open Government Partnership out of the desire to strengthen our commitment towards promoting fiscal responsibility, access to information, and citizens' engagement. So far, we've implemented several open government initiatives that have earned us accolades at home and abroad. One of the highlights of such recognition was the nomination of the Kaduna State Government as one of the pioneer members of the Open Government Partnership Global Leadership Network, following our innovation in citizens' engagement through the EYES and YES project. The state considers its 2021 to 2023 OGP commitment areas as veritable platforms for building on the successes of the first action plan by further strengthening reform initiatives across sectors. As I said in one of my recent speeches, and I quote, "We intend to finish our tenure as strongly as we started." It is very important at this point to reaffirm our resolve to achieve this within the principles of the OGP and our mantra of putting people first. The Kaduna State Open Government Partnership Action Plan 2021 to 2023 has provided 5 commitment areas, namely open budgeting, open contracting, citizens engagement, strengthening social protection, and improving service delivery in education and healthcare. Accordingly, relevant ministries, departments, and agencies have been mandated to prioritize the implementation of activities in these commitment areas. It is important to highlight that we have given special priority to health and education sectors, and we are committed to improving the lives of those who are poor and vulnerable or living with disability. These citizens' conditions have worsened due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and we are committed to strengthen the institutions that will protect and cater for them. The civic space in Kaduna is one of the most active in the country, and the quality of engagement has been cordial and productive. And this is evident in the co-creation of commitments and implementation of action plans. We will continue to broaden the civic space and engage with citizens on all fronts to improve their trust in government. I will conclude by saying that the commitments of our new action plan are so important as they focus on the policy direction of the government. We will maintain focus and ensure the timely achievement of our milestones on each commitment area. We have been open from the beginning. By the grace of God, we can only get better. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much. And we are moving now to the final section of this local leaders roundtable, which is, as we announced today in the plenary, we have announced the names of the winners of the Local Innovation Awards. And we are going to hear now from 4 different OGP regions and from different of winners: Plateau State in Nigeria, Bogotá in Colombia, West Sumbawa in Indonesia, and Kelemenseski in Ukraine. From the winners, let's hear them out. Thank you very much.
When Plateau State signed up to make a global commitment to accountability and transparency through the Open Government Partnership local program, our major motivation was the opportunity that such pressure or vulnerability will create towards improving the impact of government's development programs on the residents and citizens of the state. I speak on behalf of my colleagues in government when I say that this nomination for the Spotlight Award has made it a rewarding journey thus far. However, we are quite aware that the work is just beginning. In the last 1 year or so, we have engaged with civil society in more strategic ways than before, beginning with the application for the OGP local membership in 2020 to the co-creation process of developing the state action plan this year. It has been a learning curve for all of us. It is exciting and fulfilling to be receiving this award on behalf of both government and civil society from Plateau State OGP. Our commitment to the extractive industry transparency is simple. We will set up the Plateau State Extractives Forum, which is the first of such effort at the subnational level to ensure transparency for communities, and doing this in a manner that ensures environmental issues are tackled and economic growth is experienced by local communities where these minerals are being derived from.
Plateau State is a mineral-rich state that has not benefited economically from this natural endowment. Often, conversations on extractives focus on oil revenue, even though, historically, the mining of non-oil extractives predates oil exploration. The macroeconomics of oil revenues means that communities where local mining activities happen gradually took the back seat. The result of this has been environmental degradation and an increase in social ills. Fortunately, today, We have the Nigeria Minerals and Mining Act 2007 that governs the non-oil extractive sector in the country. This commitment by Plateau State will be leveraging that act, which is designed to ensure that communities do not suffer and that they also experience microeconomic growth through revenues derived from mining activities. The plan for delivering on this commitment is to ensure the domestication and full implementation of the provisions of that act, working closely with the Nigerian Extractives Industry Initiative and using the data that they gather to inform decision-making. This will ensure that delivery on this commitment happens in a transparent manner so that no community is left behind. We will push to ensure that the States Forum set up by the federal government is more effective than it has been so far. The civil society actors will also work to ensure more active participation for communities affected by mining activities. And it is our hope that other states facing similar challenges learn from our process as well.
The Plateau State OGP, on behalf of the government and civil society in the state, is calling on all stakeholders and well-wishers, both locally and internationally, to join in the efforts towards the implementation of our commitment on extractive transparency. This commitment will also use the civic tech platform that is being redesigned on the citizens' engagement commitment as well. We look forward to an exciting journey together with all our existing and potential partners as we implement these commitments and watch the lives of our citizens improve thereby. Hopefully, we'll be back here at the end of our current action plan period to share the story of the impact of our commitments. Finally, on behalf of the Governor of Plateau State and all the state OGP implementers, we congratulate the global OGP community on this 10th anniversary. Thank you.
En Colombia, desde el año 1900.
In Colombia, since 1991, healthcare is considered a right. Despite the state is responsible, citizens play a fundamental role too. And it is that in a democracy, social participation is, in a few, inherently linked to the fulfillment of the other, health. Since the empowerment of citizens, it's a clear coincidence on decisions concerning them generates positive transformations in the state and strengthens democracy. Aimed at that, the government of Bogota wanted to streamline the public administration and the procedures that we carry out in order to put citizens in the core of our management. We set ourselves the goal of building a Bogota region with an open and transparent government as well as municipal towns. For our sector, we designed a territorial healthcare model and a strategy through which people participate in it. Today, we present this strategy. TIPS Bogota, Territories for Innovation and Participation in Healthcare. TIPS Bogota is born from three questions. First being how to massively involve citizens in the healthcare structures. Second being how to qualify citizen participating in this process. And third being how to give a leading role to citizens in the construction of this new social environmental contracts in the caregiver sector. At TIPS Bogota, more than 20, 30 years of participation has been grounded in this, in which the citizens reaching decision-making can participate. Create these mechanisms allowing a better interaction with one another between the government and citizens in order to do it collectively. This is an open government initiative that aims to strengthen the public innovation strategies and social participation in the healthcare sector in Bogota, consolidating organizations and advocacy, recognize the diversity of territories and knowledges, increasing public trust, and strengthening multiple initiatives to respond to a diverse interests and requirements of the population in Bogota. TIPS Bogota is the strategy to promote social change. It is composed of 3 programs: Care Promoters, which was born to establish a healthcare culture, is massively underfunded in Bogota, gathering shopkeepers, delivery people, taxi drivers, and us. We carry the care message to all. The second program is the Healthcare's Social Innovation. This Healthcare Social Innovation School is a flexible strategy that allows citizens to build up their own learning processes based on the needs and expectations of their territories. The third program is the project's co-creation, where citizens materialize their ideas, where they materialize their innovative and creative skills. We have 21 labs located in different localities where we provide solutions in coordination with citizens. These labs are co-creative spaces oriented to give responses to care needs. And we also offer a digital environment allowing interaction between citizens, opening spaces to tell the stories of the caregiver. Bogota. Tips. Bogota is important to citizens because firstly builds up a culture of care, to take care of us, to take care of our community, and take care of nature. The second reason is that it strengthens democracy. It boosts the decision-making power of citizens. It elevates their decision-making capacity. In third place, tips. Bogota could sow hope among our society. We invite you to meet TIPS Bogota strategy, where we are working hard at promoting democracy. And citizenry is increasingly mindful of taking care of life surrounding them.
Sebagai Bupati Sumbawa Barat, saya merasa sangat terhormat menerima Spotlight Award atas komitmen kami.
As the region of West Sumbawa, I am very honored to receive this honor. I am extremely grateful for the recognition because I am strongly convinced that every other candidate equally deserves to win this award.
Forum Yasinan ini merupakan akronim.
Yasinan Forum is an acronym for Forum of Pelayanan Setara Inklusif Andalan, which is regarded as the official channel for public complaints to close the feedback loop between the community and government in West Sumbawa Regency. The implementation itself of the forum was by the issue of the ineffectiveness of several issues like the complaint box and lab report application. All of those things is one direction and low public participation. Yasinan Forum is held once a week on every Friday night, where a community can express their comments and complaint, and this responded and follow up immediately. Yasinan Forum is usually attended by various stakeholders, community leaders, regions and their ranks, head of physical agencies, policies, military district commands, regional people's representative council, head of village, mutual assistance agencies, and civil society organizations. Everyone who attends the forum will be considered as equal to sit together with the community so that everyone can freely express their aspiration. This forum was not only formed as a media to channeling complaints and aspiration, but also to monitor and evaluate the regional development process so that the government can be more accountable in providing public services. In addition to being accountable, this forum has also encouraged openness because the community can immediately be aware of development report in West Sumbawa and take part in controlling the solution to be implemented through this mechanism. Since 2015, this Yasinan Forum has been proven to have significantly increased the community's trust in the government. First, the second is to increase the community participation at the regional level. And third, encourage collaborative work in the field. With these three things, the local government is capable of fulfilling the basic right of the community appropriately and reducing poverty levels, increasing the Human Development Index, seeking to deal with the impact of natural disaster more quickly, implementing protection and social empowerment effectively without any complaints, and others, including the latest proud achievement by Sumbawa Regency, West Sumbawa Regency, as the first regency that successfully completed the 5 pillars of community-based total sanitation. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all stakeholders, government officials, civil society organizations, and obviously the West Sumbawa community who have been dedicated and committed to realizing this Yasin forum. Therefore, I can proudly lift this award as a sign of our achievement together. Thank you.
Last fall, we became partners with OGP Local. The authorities, together with the public, have developed and approved an action plan for the implementation of the Open Government Partnership Initiative for 21-22 in the Khmelnytsky community. What goals do we set? We want to provide businesses and residents with quality municipal services using digital technologies. Our goal is to manage community resources rationally. The open access to information about them is crucial for this transparency of this process. To do this, in December next year, the City Council will completely switch to electronic document management. Moreover, we will make 100% of municipal services available to citizens and businesses online. But this alone is not enough. Residents need to be taught how to use them. That's why next year we will launch libraries-based digital literacy training courses for community residents. We also want to fully formulate a green course action plan. We want our community's economy not only to grow, but also to be social, inclusive, and climate neutral. One of the first steps was the opening of Interactive Goofy Center. It aims to inform young and adult citizens about waste management and its impact on the environment. The action plan is expected to be completed in May next year. Its implementation will enable the city to agree on long-term development goals and demonstrate its commitment to the global green course agenda. This in turn will bring long-term investment in various sectors of the economy. Thanks for attention and welcome to Khmelnytsky.